Shalom family, it's your man Elijah, and as usual, I'm a wise, healthy, strong, protected, celestial being that is loved by the Most High Creator. Let's go ahead and jump in, family. You saw on the cover, we're reading the knowledge book today. So, I'm going to go ahead and put it up on the screen, and we're going to do it as usual. Y'all should already be used to this, so I don't have to keep explaining it, but nonetheless, I'm going to say it anyway. I'm going to go ahead and read it all the way through first, and then I'm going to go back through and do my commentary. So if you don't want to hear me do the commentary, you can leave after I'm done reading it through. So without further ado, let me go ahead and get everything ready so we can jump right in it. I'm gonna have the pages up for you so you can follow along. Yep, starting at page 100. All right, let's do this. Hold on, let me take a little sippy sip of my tea. Alrighty then, let's do this. Okay. Our friends, we are now in a period that demands hard work. Yunus Emre says in one of his couplets, learning is to know learning. Learning is to know thyself. If you do not know thyself, what's the use of that reading? For this reason, we say, first of all, know thyself. Overcome thyself, then come to us. Only then will you find the path of truth and will attain God consciousness. Pen of the Golden Age. The cipher of Mevlana. The evolvement indicator of the universal mechanism is regulated in accordance with the frequency of Yunus and Mevlana. However, it is not known what genuine meaning and endeavor are. Now we will explain this to you. In the universe, every gate opens by the unification of the essence with the cipher. What is significant is the essence. Mevlana made a call assembling the whole universe and the entire humanity in his gleaming essence heart. The call is come, come, come. Since he assembled these three words in his essence, we call these three code keys the cipher of Mevlana. Assembling these three words in the essence will open for you the gate of the level of humanity that is the highest code. There is tolerance of the infinite universe in this cipher. You will find in this cipher the illuminated path to humanity. But you must say these three words by your very essence, not only by your tongue. There are hoops of fire through which you must pass in order to possess these virtues. You either be enlightened and ripen and be a genuine light, or you become ash. Do not ever forget that it is easy to become a holy being, but it is very difficult to become a human. In order to become a genuine human, you should wear 16 shirts of holiness. This is why our Lord considers the human so valuable. The being that is most valued by our Lord is the fetus. Right here, family. You are bestowed on the world by this means. However, you lose the genuine virtues of your essence in the medium of the world. You keep walking in the world shape with a head and 4 legs. You tread many paths in search of your lost virtues. In other words, you seek your own selves. And once you find your own selves, you say, there is a self within myself. Now, the genuine human is the human within you. It is your genuine self. It is one who steers you to the best path and the one who keeps your scale of conscience in balance. Our Lord gives value to each of his servants. However, he only holds the hand of the genuine human. Those who are given hands are subjected to various examinations of humanity. This is the path of light of the human. You either advance step by step with determination or you remain where you are. The choice for this reason is most difficult. The first examination to which all religious books subject you is the examination of the self. This is the examination of your person, of your essence. Universal dimensions are open to you only after you succeed in this examination. On this path, Social relations among humans are very significant. The Book of Islam has notified everything to you. It is a constitution. However, this book serves humanity on the path of logic. All the attributes the Lord requires are present in the essence of the genuine human. Your prophets who received the command to enlighten you were each a genuine light. The circumstances of the period that you are experiencing at the moment are different. Now, by the command for universal unification, we have come to your world that has been cleansed by religious enlightenments for centuries. Meanwhile, we have been in connection with our awakened friends and have assisted them to find their essence. Then, by elevating your frequencies, we have accelerated your evolvement levels. We have subjected you to examinations on the path of becoming genuine humans. The bottlenecks you pass through by the examinations you have had or will have are not our gain, but yours. When the humanity vibrations turn on the same brilliant light as the vibrations of your essence does, only then you get in connection with us, and you act as a free conscience, a free spirit. Then you discover genuine happiness. We get directly in connection only with our friends who possess this attribute. Our terrestrial brothers and sisters are still searching the heavens to see UFOs. If they want to make contact with us, they should first cleanse their essence. We have begun with the letter A of your alphabet in order to take the whole world into the medium of purity. For this reason, religious bonds have been strengthened anew on your planet. Our Lord has declared his command to the Supreme Council to save the genuine humans during the resurrecting period, which you call the resurrection. We serve your world at the moment, in accordance with the commands of the serious mission, together with our friends who have come from different dimensions. And with this book, we will assist you to comprehend the truths. Briefly and essentially, there are two conditions for you to be able to enter our medium: religious fulfillment, the cipher of Mevlana. Now, let us explain them. The first condition for religious fulfillment is the cleansing of the essence. Formalism is not imperative in worship. The human can purify his or her essence by performing worship by his or her logic too. You knock at the gate of the Almighty, the Absolute, in this way. As we have said before, the cipher of Mevlana is summed up in 3 syllables. These are come, come, come. This is the knowledge of 3 channels. In the first come, there is infinite tolerance. In the second come, there is infinite love. In the third come, there is infinite humanity. You will be reborn the moment you unify genuine tolerance, genuine love, genuine humility in your essence by passing through hoops of fire by the examinations to which you have been subjected. Your depressions are the residues of your spirit and your essence. There is infinite happiness. There is infinite happiness in the medium of purification. If you can embrace even your enemy with love, if you can think of sharing your food even if you are hungry, if you can ask forgiveness even from the soil that you trample, then you solve the cipher of Mevlana. Those who will come to us are the genuine seeds of Mevlana. All the truth and the mystery of the universe is hidden in the following 3 sentences. I was raw, I ripened, I was a light. May the divine light of our Lord shine both on us who love us and who do not love us, who test us and who blame us. Our love is upon the entire universe. Notice about the light year. Our friends, knowledge given to you is also being given to all the universal dimensions. However, this dictated book has a special supervision channel. Apart from this, we heartily give the knowledge the world planet wants to learn. Now, Let us first mention the speed of light. The unit per second is, according to your measurements, 300,000 kilometers per second. I think that's kilometers per second. This speed of light is a volume comprising a measurement starting from the world unit up to 76 galaxy mediums. Evaluations beyond this begin from beyond the speeds of light. The world year and time measurement are not used here. Light speeds here are evaluated according to volumes. Speeds of light beyond this are taken into sections, integrated as light years. This is a subjective area. This is a value unit of a medium where speeds of light calm down. The volume system disappears, and where only thought frequencies are transformed to brain energies, and a name was used for this unit for you to comprehend. We called it the light year. This is a medium of light where numerous frequencies float. You may also imagine this subjective medium as a lake of light. The evaluation measurements here are subject to an evaluation beginning beyond the limit of the dimension to which your planet and certain galaxy mediums are connected. Beyond this, there are systems presenting variability. When the time comes, we will mention them too. We can state the brief and essential message as follows. Beyond the limit where all galactic mediums terminate at the speed of light, the light medium is evaluated by light years, not by speeds of light. This is an evaluation entering the cubic system. Its speed measurement is under the supervision of the brain energy, outside the frequency of thought. In other words, the light years begin from a medium where brain waves take the speeds of light under their supervision. Let us explain further to make the subject more comprehensible. The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers a second, per second according to your measurements. The thought frequency is the speed of a millionth of a second. The speed of light is normally equivalent to the thought frequency on your planet. Number 4, beyond the third dimension, your speed of thought transcends the dimension you're in. Number 5, speed of thought goes with a speed beyond 1 billion light speeds in more advanced dimensions. Number 6, reaching the certain barrier of speed of light, speed of thought is evaluated by the power unit of brain energy. Number 7, the cerebral generator here transforms speed of light into the light year and thus condenses the light power. Number 8, this condensation of light is equivalent to your brain. Number 8, this condensation of light is equivalent to brain power. Number 9, when brain energy begins to transcend the light year to the evolutionary potential here takes all the lights under supervision. Number 10, now here the brain power can create the entire universe and transforming itself into different dimensional energies. It is evaluated according to the units of measurement of a mechanical medium. Number 11, evaluations beyond this are subject to the evaluations of infinite dimensions of different universal potentials. Those places here have not been reached yet. Pen of the Golden Age. General message. Our friends, we wish to explain the questions we have received from your chains of thought, article by article. Many of you feel tired due to the medium you are in. You do not have any bodily defects. The reason of these is only the universal change. Number 1, the pressure of your atmosphere is increasing day by day. Number 2, the sons of the heavens are coming to you. Number 3, that which you feel are the supernatural waves, cosmic currents. Number 4, efforts are made to make everyone come to a certain level. Number 5, your doubts are due to your inability to be purified. Number 6, just see the serenity of those who are purified and become purified. Number 7, your tolerance has been lost as a nature of your original substance. Number 8, your lost virtues are being given back to you. Number 9, goodness is in the essence, badness is just the ember. Number 10, measures of your consciousness are genuine self. Now let us further explain these 10 articles one by one. Number 1, intercontinental tensions to the radioactive factors of many experiments made in space and the examinations you are made to go through as a necessity of evolution are the pressure of your atmosphere. Number 2, the sons of the heavens are our extraterrestrial brothers and sisters who come to your world from their own galaxies and make direct or indirect contact with us. Number 3, the perceptions you receive are the mirror images of other solar systems on you. The world human is gradually being habituated to the influences of many dimensional energies and are being awakened by cosmic currents. Number 4, efforts are being made to unify all humans in a certain consciousness code. Thus, ego will be eliminated and your tolerance will increase. Number 5, your doubts and fears are the greatest barriers hindering your purification. If you cannot pull down these barriers, you cannot be purified. Number 6, since the tolerance, love, goodwill of those who are purified pull down the negative barriers, they have infinite happiness. Number 7, tolerance is present in your essence. However, since the world reality is a medium of examination, there you will both lose yourselves and find yourselves. Number 8, now with a great tolerance, we are trying to give you back what you lost. We are educating you, purifying you. Please, you assist us too. You will be the ones to gain. Number 9, if your essence is good, but your thought is bad, the two cannot harmonize. This is the cause of your unhappiness. By melting you in the fire of your bad thoughts, your conscience pours you in a pot. Thus the ember unites with the essence, you coalesce. Number 10, the factory of conscious is the hand of our Lord. No defected piece comes out of there. Your genuine self is your consciousness. It is your medium that spoils you. Your children are genuine humans each. They are spoiled afterwards, then are mended again. How are you receiving this knowledge? It is answer to the chains of thought. Our friends, the power of the universe is a power that extends even far outside the mechanical system of infinity. We relatively call this power the Gunfer power, or Gunferi, or Gunferit, I don't know, something like that. This power is a variable power. Its original name is the Tsunami color. You do not know this. Knowledge is received by way of many influence channels from this energy that carries the divine power of the Lord. This knowledge is elevated according to the code degrees of the galaxies, and they follow a sequence. Thus, knowledge is conveyed to you by being transferred from system to system. This is a hierarchical order. Until today, this knowledge has been transmitted to you from 7 lights through the Alpha, which is the most powerful channel, and you have received all these declarations as religious suggestions. Our goal was to make you gain the evolvement that would enable you to enter the genuine human cult. However, religious suggestions divided you instead of unifying you, created by many mediums of taboo, and they imprisoned you within the dark well of conditioning. This mentality caused you to remain where you were, exceptions excluded. Now, we are going to explain the reason why this book is written. The first source of knowledge is the clear spring. This clear water of knowledge was drunk by being passed from hand to hand. Thus, water losing its clearness became turbid. Water, wisdom. Current, the true currency, water, aka wisdom. In other words, everyone added also his or her own views to this knowledge. Thus, people moved away from the actual source. Oh, maybe I just did that. So matter of fact, let me go back real quick. Let me just, forgive me, family. Hold on. I'm going back to the other page real quick. I know what I said. I'm gonna start back right here, and then we'll go. Now, we are going to explain the reason why this book is written. The first source of knowledge is the clearest spring. This clear water of knowledge was drunk by being passed from hand to hand. Thus, water losing its clearness became turbid. In other words, everyone added also his or her own views to this knowledge. Thus, people moved away from the actual source. Now, the time of flattery is past. We have closed the channel Alpha in order to reveal the whole truth. It is open only to those who deserve. This caused you to receive more severe vibrations. For this reason, the entire universe is going through a period of depression. Now, in this medium of evolvement has gained speed. Religious suggestions caused you to be in the medium of lethargy. You depended on your God and became lazy. Now, by the direct command of the Lord, all the mediators have been removed. Hence, the computer system registers the direct knowledge from beyond 7 lights, from the actual channel of the Lord, and conveys them to your Milky Way galaxy by way of our friends from the solar systems of our galaxies. At the moment, your direct channel is Dear Mevlana at the Anatolia channel. This knowledge is being communicated to her by the direct channel of Mustafa Mola from the central system. There is no other intermediary. The code cipher of all the galaxies have been notified to Mustafa Mola. Anytime a friend from any galaxy wishes to speak to Dear Mevlana, Mustafa Mola mediates, and he establishes the connection, excluding private connections. Mustafa Mola has declared his identity. Dear Mevlana may mention this in the book if she desires. The energy of this knowledge is very strong. Since it is transferred from an extremely powerful focal point, no one in a world body can endure it directly. For this reason, our Mustafa Mola gives the energies to Dear Mevlana, who writes this book from our focal point at the central system by reducing them in a proportion of 1 to 1,000,000. And Dear Mevlana writes the book easily without being shaken in any way. Our gratitude to her is infinite. Notice from the Council of Stars. Note, some of our friends are curious about Mustafa Mola. We transmit to you the message given from the Supreme Assembly, excluding his detailed biography given to our group. Mustafa Mola is the immutable emissary of the universal plan. He is the great responsible one and is a great missionary. Hereby, he uses his name as Mustafa Mola in accordance with the public consciousness to which this book is dictated. Our light friends Moses, Jesus Christ, Muhammad Mustafa enlighten their societies under his light with his knowledge. Names are each a symbol. What is important is mission and responsibility with love. On behalf of the Mevlana Essence Nucleus Group, Bulent Korak. Sippity sip. Excuse me, fam. I had to take a sip. All right. Notice from the Council of Stars, our friends, from now on, a golden age has commenced, and the golden lights of the golden age are propagated to the surroundings. The integrated world consciousness will one day establish a glorious world. This is Altona, which is a place very far from where you are. The universal dimensions of the essence energies open after this gate. At the moment, we are searching for friends who will be taken here. Some friends who shrink away from the dimensional energies they have received are rendered ineffective, provided that they attain consciousness. Connection with them will be reestablished. All these endeavors are for your evolution. We are making efforts to bring your cell energies in accordance with the law of graduation to a capacity that will be able to receive all the dimensional energies. Okay, there we go. Our friends who believe in their Lord and in us are advancing on this luminous path without being afraid of anything, without giving up. And this is possible only by spiritual evolution. Everyone's frequency rises easily until she or he arrives at the dimension that his or her evolvement belongs to. However, after that, in order to enter further energy dimensions, each channel is supervised and examined by the system separately. She or he is registered in the stellar assembly in accordance with the documents given by each dimensional channel. To be able to be registered here, the unification of spiritual evolvement and universal evolvement is necessary. That was the reason why we said everyone will write his or her book with his or her own hand. And that was why we said overcome your fears. Provided that you write the messages in your own private notebook with your hand, that is, in your own handwriting, you will be the actual staff members of this medium. Then, in proportion to your belief, there will be no end to the help you will receive, both materially and morally. You will be the ones to gain. Provided that you are considered deserving to enter here, you may easily pass through many dimensional energies. You have to pass through by the mechanism of protection. There is no forcing in the universal mechanism. Fear is a primitive conditioning of yours. Always think of the following: our friends, let us talk in your words. You conclude your examination in this world with the occurrence of death. What about after that? Now, please, always ask yourselves, what about after that? This question will always shed light on you. We explain everything openly to you. That which is left to you is just to think. Think, think, think. Our love is upon the entire universe. Let's keep going. Hold on real quick again. Sip, sip. Okay. Our friends. Okay. It is answer to the chains of thoughts. Our friends. Now we are going to define the dimensions mentioned in many messages. The dimensions of the awareness layers and universal dimensions are different. However, their operational systems are together. Dimensions are measurement units of frequencies. Each dimension has special fields of influence peculiar to itself. As the dimensions rise, their powers of influence increase too. Each frequency gains the right to enter here in accordance with the phases she or he has gone through. She or he sees and understands the unknown. Your world is now under the field of influence of a very powerful magnetic field. Only those who have attained cosmic consciousness can benefit from these influences. In this way, your perceptions call the sixth sense, and we call the universal awareness, expand, and you become a mediumist. Each being who possesses the sixth sense is a mediumist. However, these have to be developed. Formerly, these progresses used to be personal, but now you are inevitably present in the cosmic area. For this reason, we call this period the mediumic period. Our universal connections have formed this period. The cosmic awareness of your world has been accelerated after the world year 1965. Our mediumist friends who have gained cosmic consciousness know this very well. Each of our missionary friends is protected by the universal mechanism when she or he enters the genuine channel after the medium of quest. In this manner, their world In this manner, their world lives become healthy and normal. For the fields of influence that have been entered or will be entered carry highly charged energies. These energies carry very powerful knowledge. However, the system here gives this energy to you, reducing its dosage. Everything in the world is subject to the law of graduation. Curiosity is a nice thing, but private operations are dangerous before being taken into the protective medium. During spiritual sessions ignorantly performed, your frequencies become jumbled. Your electrical balance is upset. Even your brain fuses can blow. Your friends who wish to perform operations of this kind should always have a spiritual operator in their mediums who can control the spiritual energies. By the operations performed thus, your spiritual energies will be able to enter easily the universal dimensions. Our love is upon the entire universe. Pen of the Golden Age, PGA. Our friends. Knowledge given in this book is not addressed to a certain group of people, and it is prepared in accordance with each... Oh, my bad. I forgot to change. Hold on. Okay, there we go. I think... Oh, yeah, okay. I think this is the last... Yeah, this is the last one, family. Our friends. Knowledge given in this book is not addressed to a certain group of people, and it is prepared in accordance with each dimension energy. Each one receives knowledge according to the consciousness level she or he has gained. For this reason, some of the subjects cannot be grasped, while others seem quite simple. Now, we are going to give knowledge on healing that many of our friends are curious about. A human benefits from the mechanism of influence in accordance with his or her evolvement level. Those who receive these influences are qualified mediumists. They are obliged to transmit the influences they receive to lower steps. We call them healer mediumists. In fact, each high frequency distributes to his or her surrounding the influences she or he receives from his or her medium as healing vibrations. Without being aware of it, these people help many others by their positive energies wherever they go. However, direct help becomes more effective by the belief of the human who wishes to receive healing. The goal of healing is nothing but just picking up your negative trash by the positive vibrations of a completely benevolent thought. However, there are certain incidents arranged to bring the humans who are in the world reality to a certain higher plane and to make them believe. Those people are special healing codes who have established connection with a certain focal point. This is their mission. Until now, a powerful mediumist was necessary during all healing sessions to assemble the energy of the group in a single focal point. But now each person is obliged to distribute the influence she or he receives from his or her own channel to everyone. For this reason, everyone is more or less a healer. The power of healing is equivalent to the focal energy of the person in question. And this is possible by that human's faith, purification, and brain energy. As you are purified and make your brain generator work, you can easily assemble the powerful vibrations of more advanced dimensions of the mechanism of influences and can easily help both yourselves and your surroundings. Do not forget that your sense, that you call the sixth sense, is an energy line that connects you to the mechanism and that helps you to receive these influences. For this reason, as we have said before, everyone has more or less the current of healing. The quality of these currents varies in accordance with the evolvement of humans. In normal daily life, the fluctuations in your thought frequencies affect you in a bad way. Your good thoughts affect you positively, while your adverse thoughts affect you negatively. The above mentioned tableau is valid only for friends who are in normal world plane, who have not been able to convey their frequencies to the higher mechanism of influence. Fluctuations in thoughts during healing sessions, except in direct focal points, may not always give positive results. Okay, family, I didn't have the next page. I didn't take a picture, but you're going to see it the next time I read. But I'm going to go ahead and finish it because I don't want to cut it off. For example, matter of fact, I'll put it on my beautiful face on this last part since I don't have the page up. For example, if you have concentrated your energy that day, but a person who has an energy stronger than yours has not been able to assemble his or her energy at his or her essence focal point, then you can easily give healing to that person. However, not to cause any misunderstanding, we have to state that it would be wrong to be carried away by the mentality, my energy is superior than his or hers. The moment your thought frequency connects the direct focal point, you receive the help of many powers too. This is the unification of your essence, your brain energy. In other words, your cerebral potential with the universal potential. In such contacts, ego of superiority will deprive you of this unification. For with such a thought, there will be drops in your frequencies. All our healer friends should keep in mind that no one can disparage anyone else. She or he cannot make interpretations like, this person's healing power is more or that person's healing power is less. Such thoughts close the focal points to you. We are trying with all our power to help you find your essence, and after finding it, how you will keep it. And we are shedding light on your path by assisting you in this way. This is the reason why we give much knowledge. The person who finds his or her own self is the one who works miracles. Each person has separate missions in your society. Some heal, some read, some write, and some travel. All these are supervised by the mechanical medium of the divine mechanism. On this path, you are the ones who endeavor, and we are the ones who extend helping hands. Our love is upon the entire universe, our friends. Pen of the Golden Age. All right, family. I'm about to go back to where I started, and we're going to do the commentary. So if you don't want to be here no more, catch you later, fams. I appreciate you being here. You know, I hope you liked and subscribed if you haven't subscribed and liked. But other than that, to help spread the wisdom and the knowledge. But other than that, like I said, we don't get back to the commentary. Actually, family, I actually read this yesterday, and I should have posted it yesterday. Well, I'm not say should, but I read it through, but I wasn't feeling it. I was reading it without reading it. In other words, I was reading it, but I wasn't really comprehending it because I was exhausted yesterday. And actually, that's something that I was listening to. There's a certain YouTuber, and it's funny that he actually mentioned it before I even started reading it, where he's talking about on his path he had to learn when it was time to rest, the difference between when it's time to rest and then when it's time to go forward. Because when you're not well rested, family, it's like it doesn't click because your mind is exhausted. And especially when I be doing sometimes these 2-3 hour teachings for it, man, my mind, it need a break sometimes. But anyway, I ain't complaining. Like I said, we about to hop in. Whew. Let me take a sip real quick. And first and foremost, before we go, because I need help. I already see, but I want to tap in, and I want to say, in the name of my King and Master, Yahushua HaMashiach of Nazareth, Most High Creator, give me understanding and knowledge of this book right now. Open my eyes and my mind. Pour into me your wisdom and your spirit so I can speak unto your people. Guide me through these words, line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little. Let me not miss a dot or a tittle. Let me not lie. Let everything that comes from my mouth be your truth. Guide us, Most High. Let your spirit of expectation, your spirit of wisdom and knowledge and discernment come upon me at this hour. May the Holy Ruach come upon us and come with us at this hour. For you said where two or more come in your name, your word will abide. Your spirit will abide. And we here right now, family. We here right now, Most High Creator. We here right now, whether it's at this time right now, this day, or another day, one of your children watching, please open our eyes. And give those who are watching, open their eyes and give them ears to hear. Open their minds and their spirits so they can understand, Most High, so they don't have to rely on me or anyone else to do reading. Help them. Help those, Most High, who are genuinely dedicated to you in this walk. But for those who are not ready, who are younger spirits, who will just cause issues, may your veil remain over their eyes. And may they get none of this wisdom. May the enemy not cause issues for yours. Ashe, ashe, ashe. All right. I just want to say that real quick. All praise to the Most High. Let's get them vibrations. Clap, clap, clap. Get them vibrations. Clap, clap. Get them vibrations in the air. Say hello to the angles. Thanks, angles. Tabernacle. Let's go. Let's do this. Let's go. Let's get this knowledge, family. All right, let's do this. Let me take a sippy sip. And we're going to restart this. Hold on. Give me a second real quick, family. I'm trying to, I'm drinking this chicory. Woo! All right. Hold on one second. My bad. Okay. Well, I'm glad I understood. I'm not lying. I understood this a lot more reading it today than I did yesterday. Yesterday, my mind was just like, hey, bro, we need you to chill out for a second. Just take a few hours, man. All right, let's go. I know I keep saying that, but let's go. We're going to start back and do some commentary and all that good stuff. Man, I kind of want some study music up, but I don't want to take away from the video. Hold on. I need to open up the door for a second, family. I got to hot up in this mug cuz I'm in here drinking. Okay. Let's get back. Okay. Our friends, we are now in a period that demands hard work. Yunus Emre says in one of his couplets, learning is to know learning. Learning is to know thyself. If you do not know thyself, what's the use of that reading? For this reason, we say, first of all, know thyself, overcome thyself, then come to us. Only then will you find the path of truth and will attain God consciousness. So, in other words, family, I'm going to try not to take too much time. I'm going to try to get to the point. So, and I'm pretty sure for the most of us, especially those who are going through this, that's pretty much self-explanatory. It's what we've been saying all along, what I repeat on a daily, line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little and there a little. With all thy getting, get understanding. Faith without works is death, right? Also, this comes with this is like AA, family. What's the I think the first step of AA is self-reflection, right? So, matter of fact, that comes back to the word again. What's the word say? It says, before you come to the king, in order to come to the king or whatever, how the best way to put it, you must first come with a broken spirit, with a contrite heart and broken spirit. That's the only way you can be reborn. That's the only way you can get to this level. And you do that through self-examination. It takes a lot of humbling and ego, because you got to look at yourself and realize, see, what happened to me, family, is, like I said, when I really first started getting on this path, I was in the military, and things started falling apart, and I had to really stop and look at myself. And what happened was, actually, and I've told this before, this is how those first started. Life was falling apart, and I got on my knees in my barracks room one day, and I just started praying. And I was like, Most High, I need your help. I don't know what's happening. My life is falling apart. I don't know what's happening. I need your help. And I was so serious and so determined in my heart. And as I sat there, it got quiet for a minute. I'm thinking man, I knew it nothing worked. I figured I'd try. But as I'm still sitting there, and I was sitting on a prayer rug, Islamic prayer rug at the time that someone had given me. I wasn't following Islam. I was just, and not that it was a problem if I was, but I'm just saying at the time, I would consider myself Christian. But I was so desperate. I was like, let me try this prayer rug, because I still did have a lot of respect for the faith of Islam, because people seem very dedicated to it, And so as I'm sitting there on the rug, and after I'm done doing the prayer, I'm sitting there quiet, and I'm thinking man, ain't nothing gonna work. all of a sudden I start humming Janet Jackson, what have you done for me lately? Dun 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 dun. Ooh yeah. And I'm sitting there, kind of bobbing my head, like thinking. Remember, I had just sat down, being all serious. I'm like, oh my God, and I need help, and I'm trying to be serious, and then all of a sudden I'm sitting there, what have you done for me lately? Dun 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 dun. Ooh yeah. And then I stopped thinking, like, man, you trying to be serious. And then all of a sudden this thought came to my mind where I'm thinking, like, yo, I ain't never picked up the Bible and read it all the way through. I mean, I've read whatever they had in church or a little bit here and there, through the years, but I've never really dove deep. Matter of fact, family, I will say this. I believe, I'm not trying to I hope I'm not making myself into a liar. I might be, but I might not be too far from the truth. But I truly believe, the Bible, and I was 20, 25, 26 at the time. I think the Bible is the very first book I ever read from cover to cover. Before that, if I did, it was probably like maybe some short chapter book. Maybe had only I doubt that, because I was the type, I would fall asleep like reading the first page of a book. Like, especially at first the Bible, man, I couldn't get past first 2 pages. But I had to work at it. Like, I literally had to put in work reading. I had to force myself until eventually it just started flowing. And I didn't get tired no more, and I enjoyed it. But it's like, just like physical work, it's your brain. You have to, if you're not used to reading, family, you have to force yourself to read. The first few times you might fall asleep. But if every night, and once again, too, I always say, always put a prayer up. I don't always say this, but I need to start saying. What helped me a lot through my process is me literally asking Yahusha, or at the time, Jesus, for help. I can't do it without you. Like literally throwing my ego, like, throwing it, I can do it myself. I need your help, Most High. I need your help. I need something. Jesus, help me, please. I need strength, more discipline, something. And I'm not saying it worked like that, but over time, keep praying, keep pushing. I know it helped me. And some people might say, well, if you just did it without praying, it would. Look, I'm not going to say that's not true, but my advice from what I've been through is always best, like it was saying earlier as I read, to have that protection, to have that extra oomph, that extra help, to have Yahusha. You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm not going to advocate for no other masters, although I do believe in that Buddha, but I believe Buddha was Yahusha, actually. Personally, because when I understand spirits and avatars and how we have different lifetimes, I honestly believe Buddha was Yahusha. But for me, I'm going to go by the name Yahusha. And I guess too, because that has more connection between me and my bloodline and my people as well, my tribe. So, but nonetheless, and like I said, it's no judge against anyone else, because like I've said too before, if you take the time to read through these other religions and study them, you'll realize that they are, for the most part, or a lot of parts, maybe not most part, but indirectly, they're talking about the same thing. You just don't know because you don't take the time and open your mind to sit there and try to read and get understanding. But anyway, I think, hold on. So let me read this again and make sure I'm not missing nothing. We are now in a period that demands hard work. Remember, work without faith, faith without works is death. So remember that too. Put that work in, family. We are now in a period that demands hard work. Yunus Emre says in one of his couplets, learning is to know learning. Learning is to know thyself. If you do not know thyself, what is the use of that reading? For this reason we say, first of all, know thyself, overcome thyself, then come to us. Only then will you find the path of truth and will attain God consciousness. No, actually not. I got to go back into that real quick. So, okay, family, here we go. We gonna be in class for a minute. I see it. Okay, so the caveat, to go back, I digress. To go back, know thyself. So the whole reason you're going through this self-reflection, right? Like for instance, I had to go through times in my life where I had to look back in the past, and I had to go through a point to where it's like there were issues, maybe fights, things that happened to me in the past where I had to look back and be like, you know what? Now that I look back on it, that was real petty. Whether it was my fault or not, whether most of the time, family, no. Like I said, most of my life I've been the same person for the most part. As far as I don't go around messing with people. I'm usually pretty chill. If you see me messing with somebody, you really had to take me there and piss me off. Because even from little, I was kind of very silly, always trying to be happy. But, you know, life goes on, you get older, you know, things change. But nonetheless, I still have to go back and look at certain situations. Like, let's say there's an argument with somebody, and I might have just went off the rail, and we got into a physical fight, fisticuffs, or maybe I called somebody a name they didn't deserve, where I had to go back and look at myself and be like, you know what, Lonnie? Okay, I had to go back and I had to you know, reflect and be like, you know, man, when you got into it with so and so, you could have walked away. You knew that they was going through something. I mean, no, they wasn't right for talking to you that way or putting their hand or doing whatever. And once again, I don't advocate on letting nobody necessarily put their hands on you. Remember, as we read through earlier, everybody's on a different path. You might be in a point in your life where your test is to let someone put their hands on you. Because maybe before, you was always putting your hands on other people. So now your test is to allow someone to put their hands on you without, you know, retaliating. Now, I'm not saying that's for everybody. The spirit dictates. You'll know. Like I said, if you're on this path, everyone has a unique path. You know what is right for you. You know what I'm saying? There are many roads that lead to the narrow path, family. You just got to figure out who you are. And like you're saying, know thyself. Who are you? This is where karma and stuff comes in as well. Like, for instance, if you lived a past life and you were, let's say, a gangster, right? And a very violent gangster, one of the most worst, hurting people, taking life all the time, right? Now you're going to have to come back here. And even though you don't remember your past life, that karma still follows you, right? So you might, in matter of fact, you in the new life, you might be the nicest person ever. You might be like, oh, I love flowers and this and that. But why is it that people are always attacking me and putting their hands on me? Why? Because your karma from your past life followed you, where you were a criminal and you were always putting your hands on other people. So now you have to be in the position that those people were to feel what they felt in order to learn. Like, for instance, I said this before. It's one thing, like, let's say someone cheated, right? Your relationship. Let's say you're in a relationship and you cheated on someone. And let's say you feel bad because you see them cry and you actually care about them. You say, you know, I feel really bad, you know, and I shouldn't have done it. And you might really, truly, genuinely feel that way. But there's nothing like truly understanding how much you hurt somebody when you did that. There's nothing like then having someone else cheat on you back. Or not even necessarily the same person, but a different situation. Most likely be better a different person. Because if you already cheated on the other person, to be honest, you probably, at that point, you probably just like, you're done. You're not really, you don't care too much. Not saying it's everybody, but for in general, I think most people, by the time you cheat, you really don't care too much anymore. So it's not going to affect you as much. So the universe will set up a situation for the next person for you to fall madly in so-called love and then have them cheat on you and then have it break you down. And then your conscience will remind you, remember that time when you cheated on so-and-so and you said you were sorry? Okay, now you really know how they feel. Now you can really feel it. And now you can really feel sorry. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying everybody has to be hard-headed and go through this. This is not an excuse to cheat or none of that. To be like, oh, it's my time. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just trying to explain something to you. So you go through all this self-reflection and once again, these tests and all these things. As you and remember, family, this is all free will. You shouldn't be doing this for religion. You shouldn't be doing this for religion or nobody. You should be doing this all for yourself. And as you go through this process, it is very important. The first step to finding out who you are is self-reflection. You have to go inside. You have to build empathy. You have to start understanding, and you have to stop making excuses for the things that you've done to others. You have to stop making excuses to let people take you outside of yourself. Especially if you say and believe, and I know I'm preaching to the choir because I'm not perfect. I still make mistakes too, obviously. But, actually there is no but. However, you got to humble yourself, family. Remember, especially if you follow Yahusha, right? Remember how our king acted. Remember how our master acted. What's the word say? If they treated our master so horribly, how do you think they're going to treat you? And especially when you're on that path. Remember we was reading the other day about the seeds being sowed in good soil and the seeds that fell on dry soil or soil that it wasn't good, and how the ones that didn't fall on good soil would just be taken away. You know what I'm saying? But the good ones that fell in good soil still had to go through adversity because they were buried in between, like, weeds and stuff. So even then, they still had to struggle to come through the soil in order to come to a point of ripening to where they were ready to be collected. You know what I'm saying? What's by the reapers, right? So self-reflection, family, is important. This is, once again, self-reflection. Admitting when you're wrong. You have to be able to go back. Like, have you ever heard people say, what is one thing you should do before you go to bed every night? And I don't do it. I'm going to be honest. I need to do it more. I've done it. I know it helps. It does. Is that as you lay down in bed, you want to go over everything you've done through the day. That's working on your memory. You want to go back through yourself. You want to make sure, okay, what have I done today? Is there anything I need to ask forgiveness for? Is there anything I need to fix? I need to try harder. But when you come to that point, and like I said, this is how it usually works though. Most people, before they even get to this point, like I said, I didn't get to this point to really, I was about 25, 26. So by that point, it's been years of stuff I had to go on, and I forgot about a lot. So it takes years to really go through this process, but you have to be dedicated. And remember, when you go through this process, family, you losing friends, so-called friends. You losing family members. You know what I'm saying? You getting lonely. You just going through a lot. But you have to stay strong. Like, this is the difference between, those where the word says, you got people that are hot, lukewarm, and cold. This is the difference between those who are truly for the Most High and truly about this life and who aren't. Because those who are truly about the life, regardless of what happens, no matter what's thrown their way, they're gonna say, I'm not gonna go back to who I am. I said I'm gonna change. I'm gonna keep being better. I know this person deserved for me to slap them, but you know what? They not even worth the effort no more. They're not worth what's gonna the circumstances gonna come. They're not worth it. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna walk away from this situation. This is how you pass tests. This is how you get towards closer to knowing yourself. This is how you get closer to purifying your spirit and yourself, family. You're gonna go through these struggles, and then there's the other half. As soon as they start hitting some adversity, like, man, forget this. I ain't about to be all perfect. Let's go. You about to get these hands. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. But also remember, many are chosen, few will choose. Or many choose, but few will be chosen, right? And for those who so I say this. There are those who, once I've said this before, there are those who the Most High just wants regardless. And the Most High will put their life through hoops and through crazy seasons, right? Not forcing them, because the Most High the Most High is not going to mess with your free will. But the Most High knows what things in your atmosphere, things around you in your life to manipulate, to get you to act eventually in the way that the Most High desires you to act. So for some people, like I said, you got a target on your back by the Most High. And the more you refuse, you just really making it worse for yourself, because the Most High is like, nah, I got you. I got a hold on you. We need you. So your life is going to keep falling down. And don't be a millionaire and don't listen. Don't have all this stuff and don't listen. Because I promise you the Most High will take you off your high horse and take everything from you in order to get you listen. Because sometimes you have to lose, and that's where I had to lose everything to realize. I had to lose everything monetary in the physical world that I cared about to first realize that I really had nothing. And then once I realized that and started studying, then I had everything. I had to first lose everything to gain everything. And then once I gained everything, I realized I didn't have anything when I thought I had something. I didn't. But now I have something. And man, I wish I remember. It's some years ago. I was living in Atlanta at the time. And I had the great saying for that. Oh, well, I'll figure it out later. It'll come back to me. But I think, so anyway, first of all, for this reason, we say, first of all, know thyself. Overcome thyself. So anyway, overcome your flesh, family. Pray, fast, repent, repeat. Keep doing it. Faith without works is death. Work on throwing down the ego, casting down imagination, all that good stuff. Pray, 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 fast, fast, fast. Repent, repent, repent. Repeat, study, 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 line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little. Self-reflection, family. This is how you start the process of getting to know thyself. Okay, so let's continue. Okay. We are now in a period that demands hard work. Yunus Emre says in one of his couplets, learning is to know learning. Learning is to know thyself. If you do not know thyself, what's the use of that reading? For this reason, we say, first of all, know thyself, overcome thyself, then come to us. Only then will you find the path of truth and will attain God consciousness. Oh, by the way, when it says, what's the use of that reading? What I got in my spirit, he's talking about, like, remember we grew up going to church every Sunday and we wouldn't even want to be there, but we sit there, and this ain't me sitting here telling people go to church or nothing like that, because, you know, I ain't about that life no more. But nonetheless, it was still a place where we could have learned something, you know. But remember, we go to church and we wouldn't be sitting there listening. We might be on a game, on a phone, or we might want to go just walk around, or we might even be in the seat of sleep. But we'll listen here and there. We'll hear a few words here and there. But most of the time, you just ready to go home. You didn't want to be there. You just sitting there. You just biding the time in your mind. You thinking about whatever. So you're not even listening. So that's what it's talking about too when it says, what's the use of that reading? Because your spirit ain't there. Your mind ain't there. You're not trying to learn nothing about the Most High. You so excited about life. You just trying to live life, right? So that's the kind of me, when I hear that. But let's keep going. For this reason, we say, first of all, know thyself, overcome thyself, then come to us. Only then will you find the path of truth and will attain God consciousness. The cipher of Mevlana. The evolvement indicator of the universal mechanism is regulated. The evolvement indicator of the universal mechanism is regulated in accordance with the frequency of Yunus and Mevlana. However, it is not known what genuine meaning and endeavor are. Now we will explain this to you. The evolvement indicator of the universal mechanism is regulated in accordance with the frequency of Yunus and Mevlana. However, it is not known what genuine meaning and endeavor are. Now we will explain this to you. In the universe, every gate opens by the unification of the essence with the cipher. In the universe, every gate opens by the unification of the essence with the cipher. What is significant in the essence? Hold on. In the universe, every gate opens by the unification of the essence with the cipher. What is significant is the essence. Mevlana made a call, assembling the whole universe and the entire humanity in his gleaming essence heart. Hold on. Give me 1 second, family. I'm about to look something up real quick, because I want to get some more understanding about this word. Matter of fact, I want to get a deeper understanding of this word real quick. Let me see what comes up. Something comes in the concordance. Mevlana, the whole entire. Hold on. Where was I at? Okay. Anyway, I'll just go back. Cipher, Bible topical cipher. Jump. Webster's concordance. Okay. I guess it's not there. All right, let's try. Let's type it in dictionary. Okay, you don't want to work? Come on. Okay, all right, whatever. Me sir. Cipher. One that has no weight. Oh wait, what is that? Cipher, noun. one that has no weight, worth, or influence. It was an odd fact that the financier, a cipher in his own home, could impress all sorts of people at the office. Hold on. One that has no weight, worth, or influence. It was an odd fact that the financier, a cipher in his own home, could impress all sorts of people at the office. Okay, I get it. Why did the family, I wondered, act as if Rita hardly existed? Was she that much of a cipher? A method of transforming a text in order to conceal its meaning. Secret communications written in cipher. Code, sense. A message in code. The cipher cannot be decoded without the key. Arabic numeral. A combination of symbolic letters, especially the interwoven initials of a name. To use figure in a mathematical process. Okay. I think we got enough on that one. All right. Okay. The evolvement indicator of the universal mechanism is regulated in accordance. The evolvement indicator of the universal mechanism is regulated in accordance with the frequency of Yunus and Mevlana. However, it is not known what genuine meaning and endeavor are. Now we will explain this to you. In the universe, every gate opens by the unification of the essence with the cipher. What is significant in the essence? Mevlana made a call assembling the whole universe and the entire humanity in his gleaming essence heart. This call is come, come, come. Since he assembled these three words in his essence, we call these three code keys the cipher of Mevlana. Okay. This call is come, come, come. Since he assembled these three words in his essence, we call these three codes. We call these three code keys the cipher of Mevlana. Come, come, come. So it's telling me it's kind of like what we were talking about earlier. Later on in the chapter, as we read through, where it's talking about how each person, depending on who you are, your spirit, your essence, right, has, I guess, a certain attraction. It can attract others. It can affect others around you. So when Mevlana put this message in his heart, because remember, family, praying, and actually the Book of Mormon teaches on this very good, where it talks about praying without speaking, because praying really starts within first. It's a heart thing. Remember, the Most High knows your heart. So that message, it's like that message within Mevlana was sent forth through Mevlana's spirit, I guess almost like a beacon, to attract people to this truth, to what's going on within what we're reading right now. So that's what I kind of get from that. This call, okay, in the universe, and remember, gates, family, gates are also stargates. Gates are talking about different dimensions coming together, physical gates as well. You know, stargates are spiritual gates as well as physical gates. In the universe, every gate opens by the unification of the essence with the cipher. What is significant is the essence. In other words, the essence, the mix of your spirit with the message that Mevlana or whoever is sending forth from their spirit, whether it be a message of hate or love. In the universe, every gate opens. So in other words, when you come in, like let's say you came into my presence or I went into someone else's presence, right? And let's say we are both vibrating on a good frequency of, respect and admiration or so-called love, right? Well, because we came into each other's contacts, basically that's like an open gate. Even though we can't see our force fields around us, or what do you want to call it, our energy fields are connecting together. It's like creating doorways between two different houses. So now that we are in proximity, now I can open the doorway to your house and you can open the doorway to my house, because we on the same wavelength, on that same essence, or even sometimes with negative people. So anyway, this call is come, come, come. Oh, let me go back. This call is come, come, come. Since he assembled these three words in his essence, we call these three code keys the cipher of Mevlana. Assembling these three words in the essence will open for you the gate of the level of humanity that is the highest code. There is tolerance of the infinite universe in this cipher. You will find in this cipher the illuminated path to humanity. But you must say these three words by your very essence, not only by your tongue. There are hoops of fire through which you must pass in order to possess these virtues. You either be enlightened and ripen and be a genuine light, or you become ash. Also, this come, family, this is getting into that area where they was talking about mediumness. When you do the come, it's not only with people around you, but this is, once again, coming to that, remember, finding yourself. And the reason you're finding yourself is so that you can cleanse yourself and let the higher beings know that you're ready to communicate with them. So you're saying come, not only to the people around you to share what you've learned, to share the wisdom and knowledge, but you're also saying come to the angels, to your guardian angel, to the angels, to what I said, whatever you want to call them. You're saying come to the spiritual realm. Come to me and speak to me. Share with me. Drop knowledge on me, wisdom. Come. And you're practicing on saying it even without saying it with your mouth. You're saying it in your spirit. Never cease praying, as the word says, right? All right. Assembling these three words in the essence will open for you the gate of the level of humanity that is the highest coat. There is tolerance of the infinite universe in this cipher. You will find in this cipher the illuminated path to humanity. But you must say these three words by your very essence, not only by your tongue. There are hoops of fire through which you must pass in order to possess these virtues. Oh, the hoops of fire, family, what did I say earlier? Once you really, look, this is why they say be careful. My mom always said, growing up, be careful what you ask for, what you wish for, right? The moment you sit here and say, come, like even when I was 26 or 25, let's say whenever, excuse me, family, regardless of me already going through garbage in my life, right, at that time, once you open up them doors, family, like I said, that means your testing is going to be taken to another level. You didn't even know you was being tested before. And now, like I said, you're going to start, family members going to start falling off, friends going to start falling off. That's just how it be. That's that fire. You have to go through that fire, that testing, to see if you really about this life, if you really are worthy of this wisdom, of this knowledge that's coming. Because a lot of this knowledge, family, it's not for everybody. Because a lot of people, because remember, if they're younger spirits and don't have an understanding, they'll take this wisdom and knowledge and they'll use it to hinder people from ascending. They'll use it to harm the earth. They'll use it for greed. So you have to go through the testing to make sure you even, not only ready, but worthy of the gifts that come with this path. Assembling these three words, Assembling these three words in the essence will open for you the gate of the level of humanity that is the highest coat. There is a tolerance of the infinite universe in this cipher. You will find in this cipher the illuminated path to humanity. But you must say these three words. Hold on, let me read that again. Assembling these three words in the essence will open for you the gates of the level of humanity that is the highest coat. There is tolerance of the infinite universe in this cipher. You will find in this cipher the illuminated path to humanity. But you must say these three words by your very essence, not only by your tongue. There are hoops of fire through which you must pass in order to possess these virtues. You either be aligned and ripen and be a genuine light, or you become ash. In other words, you can go through, but it's up for you to remember to continue, no matter how things look, no matter how hard things get. Either you continue to go through until you reach the gate, until you reach the kingdom, until the sun comes out, or you let the struggle, you let the test break you down to where you just not worth it. You just like, I can't do it. It's too hard. It's destroying my, you know what I'm saying, family? Look, like I said, this walk ain't easy. It's a lot of loneliness. It's a lot of going through things by yourself. And you gotta, and you have to mentally prepare yourself. And a lot of people go through it at first and don't know it. I didn't even know it. So man, just years of me just, why is this happening? For years I didn't know. I was like, why? Oh man, family. It's only, like I said, it's only by the grace of the Most High I realized I made it through. That's why they got so many people that, delete themselves. because they're going through these things, and there's no one there to explain to them what they're going through. And because of everything they're going through, they don't really have any understanding in life, and they don't believe what's happening. So their only choice is they feel like to take their life. I will say this one blessing I had, and I guess because, and I know it's because of the family I grew up in, and somewhat, grew up in a spiritual background regardless of my laziness. But even when I had those urges to delete myself, I know it wasn't as strong as some people, as those who actually did it. So that's my blessing, is that mine was always like, it wasn't really, I'm going to do it, but it was always be sitting there, and I'd just be like, man, should I delete myself? Like, I kind of want to, like, but would I do it? But it was never, but because of my background and my belief, it never took hold of me so strong to where I was like, I got to do it. And this is years ago, family. This ain't, look, well, let me not. Okay, anyway, let me keep going. So this is why I said you got to understand what this is. This is why when you start getting deep into the spirit and stuff, family, something like I said, some people go crazy. They do. Shoot, I felt like I was crazy a lot of time. But the difference is, I had Yahushua on my side. I had my protector. I had my guide. You need a guide, family. Assembling these three words in the essence will open for you the gate of the level of humanity that is the highest code. There is tolerance of the infinite universe in the cipher. Hold on. Assembling these three words in the essence will open for you the gate of the level of humanity that is the highest code. There is tolerance of the infinite universe in this cipher. You will find in this cipher the illuminated path of humanity. But you must say these three words by your very essence, not only by your tongue. They are hoops of fire through which you must pass in order to possess these virtues. You either be enlightened and ripen and be a genuine light, or you become ash. Do not ever forget that it is easy to become a holy being, but it is very difficult to become a human. In order to become a genuine human, you should wear 16 shirts of holiness. All right, let me explain this a little bit, family. What my spirit was telling me about this, especially I was reading it earlier. It's easy to become a holy being because once you finally become that holy being, it's almost like, because who you truly are is a holy being. That's your spirit. I see this as, when I'm in the spiritual realm, it's nothing like being there. Like, I don't have no questions. Everything's come to me. It's easy. I'm not plagued by, because right now when you're a human, you're plagued with the duality of two worlds fighting each other. Your physical self and your spiritual self, both fighting for dominance over your whole body, when in reality you have to bring them into a symbiotic relationship, right? It's not one dominating over. Yes, you want the spirit to be more in control, but it's a yin and yang thing. It's a shared experience. You can't just be all flesh. You can't just be all spirit. You need a balance and tipping more on the spiritual side. So it's easy to be your spiritual self because that's in the spiritual realm, or let's say, I don't know, maybe you were in a higher avatar where in that realm it's just easier to be spiritual, right? So it's not an issue. But when you're a human, and matter of fact, family, let me I want to bring something up because this show actually has a very good message in it. And I say this all the time, and this was coming to me as I'm speaking of this. Okay. Hold on. Dang it, what happened? So family, this show right here, right? The Man Who Fell to Earth. Family, this show is very deep in a way of explaining what makes us special as human beings in this existence, in this specific reality, in this dome, right? So in this show, the character right here, right, he is actually an alien from another world. She's human from Earth. But on his other world, family, he was more so a drone. He didn't have emotions. Maybe you can kind of almost explain him, I guess the best way to is he was like a Vulcan from Star Trek. Actually, I would say even worse than that, because Vulcans had feelings, they just suppressed them. But they just didn't have feelings at all. They knew nothing about feelings. They only acted off of instinct. So when he came to Earth and he took on a Earth body, right? And I don't know how to explain it all the way. It's kind of, you have to watch the show. But anyway, let me go back to me, to my beautiful face. So when he came to Earth, family, he started feeling emotion. He had never felt emotion before. He had never felt the emotion of so-called love before. He had never felt that or what I call it, that emotion of joy. He had never felt the emotion of anger and envy. He didn't know anything about that. He only acted off instinct. He only did what he was told. And because of his entire race was like that, it led to their extinction, because they only acted off the physical world and they had no spiritual growth. And when you act off the physical world, you become selfish to the environment around you. You have no connection to it. You don't feel it. You only want to do what you need to do to survive. That's it. You only live off the instinct to survive. So the difference is, now when he was on the earth, now he had emotions. And a genuine human, and once again, this is what sets us apart from other species, which is why the Bible talks about how other species are jealous of us, or we are over a lot. Not to say ego, not to be used as ego, but we are like, I'm not going to say best because I don't know all the species yet, but we are a creation that is, it's a mix between the flesh and the spirit, to where, like I said, our emotions are what makes us gods, family. Our emotions is what gives us truly upper hand on other races. And especially if we can master our emotions and not let our emotions destroy us. Because, family, a lot of people allow their emotions are so powerful, they allow their emotions to destroy them. So becoming that genuine human is basically learning to control your emotions. Not get rid of them and say you don't have them, but learn to utilize them. Because in the show, the alien had the man who was playing the alien, his mission was to create a certain technology to take it back home to save his people. But he could not create the technology unless he had that aspect of emotions. Emotions was a part of his learning process, was a part of the creation process. Because if he was just acting off instinct, he would not be able to create it. He needed the emotion. The emotion was a piece, like I said, of the creation process. And that's what makes us so powerful, family, because other aliens or species or whatever you want to call them, they're almost, if not totally emotionless, they might as well, it's almost like they are emotionless. So they act more so off instinct than they do. Not all. I'm pretty sure there's some species out there that are very emotional. But for the most part, I truly believe this is one of our specialties as a human being. And that's what we're made for. Is this why I say at times we're meant to go out into the universe and minister to other places, is because of who we are, we have a higher level of empathy and joy and respect for life if we allow ourselves to be there. If we do the meditation and the studying and we walk that path of righteousness, we have a higher ability of just, like I said, joy or so-called love or empathy. And we're able to care for other species more. Like for instance, people see aliens and call them ugly when destroy them. Vice versa, we as star seeds wouldn't even call ourselves, will see them, and we'll feel nothing but joy and so-called love towards them. If that's the word you want to use, right? To where, and they'll feel it because we're telepathic, and they'll feel the compassion from us to them, and they'll know that there's no hate from us. So this is the genuine human. It's to master your emotions and to not let your emotions master you, but for you to master them and then use these emotions to help in your creation. So I believe I got that. But you must say these 3 words by your very essence, not only by your tongue. There are hoops of fire through which you must pass in order to possess these virtues. You either be enlightened and ripened and be a genuine light, or you become ash. Do not ever forget that it is easy to become a holy being, but it is very difficult to become a human. In order to become a genuine human, you should wear 16 shirts of holiness. Oh, and that 16 shirts of holiness, family, I don't know exactly what the 16 shirts are, but I can see them almost like the armor, like we read in the Bible. I see that as, in other words, keep yourself prayed up. Once again, have Yahusha, have some protection, because you need that prayer. You need this with the fasting and prayer, because when you're going through this life and you, like, friends, if you went through this life without the emotions, I bet it would be a lot easier. If you didn't know what it was, because you just be able to act off instinct, you would just do what you had to do for survival. But when you go through life with emotions, family, you start second guessing things. You start feeling into things. Like, people start telling you, man, you're thinking too much about it. You get your emotions too much involved. And your emotions, if you don't have control over them, they can really destroy you, mess your life up, take you off your life path, because you have no control over yourself yet. So that 16 shirts are the protection you need to put on you. Those things that you need that will help you power through your emotions until you get control over them. That's why I put on the armor of the Most High. I put on the armor of my King Yahusha. I need their help, because without them, I'm pretty sure I'd be in the crazy house or dead by now, or deleted. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let's keep going. I think finally we out to the next page. I think I explained it enough. Man, hour and a half. Okay. So this is why our Lord considered the human so valuable. The being that is most valued by our Lord is the fetus. Remember, he thought we were valuable. We're valuable because of our feelings. We have more emotions than other beings. There's power in our emotions, family. That's why we're so important. That makes us more like the Most High, because the Most High, I would say, well, let me not go there. Because, yeah, it's what makes us valuable, family. It's these emotions. We just got to master them. This is why our Lord considers the human so valuable. The being that is most valued by our Lord is the fetus. You are bestowed on the world by this means. And the fetus, remember, family, a child is the closest to the Creator. Like, what do people say? If you want to know God, if you want to know God or speak to God, speak to a child, because they were just there. Because remember, family, a child is remember, in order to get to the kingdom of heaven, what does it say? You must become like a child, because a child is like Peter Pan. They have faith. A child has the ability, they have the greatest imagination, and they can believe anything. That's why we believed in Santa growing up, because we had a big imagination and we can believe. So that's why a child, and a child is most children, except for these ones they trying to make these eco babies now, these pods. But for real babies are very joyful, what the world calls love. And they're very accepting and kind most of the time, and non-judgmental. And they're in tap with their emotions, and they're not afraid. Like, they haven't been, they haven't become, what's the word? They haven't become jaded yet. So they're able to so-called love unconditionally, right? So that's why they say that. Let's get back to the reading. However, you lose the genuine virtues of your essence in the medium of the world. You keep walking with the world's shape, with a head and 4 legs. Like I was just saying. Well, as we grow up, family, the world takes from us, right? It takes away from our innocence as a child. And we become less spiritual as we were as a child, less, imaginative. And as we get older, we become more, what's the word? Well, jaded, as well as pessimistic. And, well, this is life. This is what a man is supposed to do. This is what a woman is supposed to do. It's like this, lock and step. You can't go outside of it. You can only go, you know what I'm saying? So you start to lose that faith, that belief. The world beats it out of us, family. Oh, and that also brings me back to, family, I truly like these movies where they have baby genius. Family, babies, I know it. I know they speak a language that we just can't understand. They speak in something we can't understand, but because we call them dumb and we don't understand what true joy and what peace and true celestial mindship is, I guess we want to call it that, we sit here and we tell our babies that they dumb. Not saying, look, we understand that they have to survive in the Matrix, and and they need to learn the language to survive. But on a deeper level, we need to understand what we do to our children. We sit here and act like they don't know nothing, when really they the most wisest people here, because they was just with the Most High. And if we can understand their language and talk to them, man, babies could probably teach us so much. Matter of fact, our higher selves might be in charge of the babies when we little and don't realize it. And we might even have been little and don't remember. We might have been in our minds like, man, why can't I walk no more? Why can't I move? What is this place? Who are these people? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, let's go back. However, you lose the genuine virtues of your essence in the medium of the world. You keep walking with the world shape, with a head and 4 legs. You tread many paths in search of your lost virtues. In other words, you seek your own selves. And once you find your own selves, you say, there is a self within myself. That's like, family, as I've got older, sometimes I'm getting it back now. But there are times I really said, man, when I was really going through like the worst time, man, it was almost like in myself, I was like, man, I can't remember what it was to be happy as a child. I can't remember happiness. I can't remember. All I know is it's just this. It was like real deep to me at the time. I was like, I can't remember what it is to be happy. What is it to be happy? Because I was going through, family. I all the time for years, constantly. And it was just hitting me. I was like, man, what is it to be happy again? And I was trying so hard to find it. Don't get me wrong, I had good days and bad days. I'm not trying to make it completely horrible. But I just thought about it one day. I had been so much, I guess, in depression or whatever, I could not, for the life of me, remember or comprehend. What did it feel like to be happy, to be joyful? So anyway. You tread many paths in search of your lost virtues. In other words, you seek your own self. And once you find your own self, you say, there is a self within myself, your higher self. That's what you find. Family, give me a second. Gonna have one of them moments. Hold on. Give me a second. Look at my beautiful face. Whoa, give me a second, family. 1 second. Bear with me. You know how I be. Oh, I got the YouTube one. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. My bad, family. Give me a second. Give me a second. Get off my back. I'm in love with the Lord. I'm in love with the Lord. Yeah. You got me feeling like OPM. I'm trying to dance with a load of them. Top down with the scoofy rims. Oh, my bad. Oh, snap. I always forget when the camera be on me, man. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Pause that. Alright, family. Hold on. Give me a second. Y'all know what time it is in a minute. Alright, family. You need some water or something? Go get you some water. I'll be right back.
Jerusalem. We wanna go back home, go back where we belong. Forgive us for our own. I pray this reach the throne. Jerusalem, yeah, Jerusalem. with David Mount Zion. That's the place that the Father put his name on. Them the people that these nations got their aim on. We found out where we from, that was game on. Jerusalem, we did you so wrong. We broke the laws, he left us alone. We waking up, we wanna come home. We follow Christ, ain't casting no Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. We wanna go back home, go back where we belong. Forgive us for our wrong. I pray this reach the throne. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. We wanna go back home, go back where we belong. Forgive us for our wrong. I pray this reach the throne. I put my name on Jerusalem. 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 I gave my law to 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 Jerusalem. I won't forsake you. I won't forsake you. I won't forsake you. I won't forsake you. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. We wanna go back home, go back where we belong. Forgive us for our wrong. I pray this reach the throne. Jerusalem.
Okay, family. I really like that song. I like that song, family. I apologize. No, I don't apologize. I like that song. I like that song. It's a good song. All right, okay. Let's get back to it. Take that little break. Music break. All right, okay, let's get back to it, family. Let's get back to the task at hand. Let's get this knowledge. All right. Now the genuine human is the human within you. It is your genuine self. It is one who steers you to the best path, and the one who keeps your scale of conscious in balance. In other words, family, it's like explain that. Remember, this has to do with your spiritual self, but it really, for us, what makes us unique, remember, it's our emotions. Our emotions give us empathy, right? Matter of fact, family, if you remember, if you follow me through my Terra Infinita readings, I forget which race, but I think it was the Orions maybe, or the ones that look like the big heads, or one of those races like the Custodians and them. It was saying that one of the issues with them is because they don't have emotions, or I don't even know if it was them reading. It might have been something else I was studying. But it speaks about how different alien, what I'm speaking about is talking about how there are different alien species, right? Matter of fact, this even goes back to the man who fell to Earth. That when the alien species act so much off instincts, right? Like how on Earth, you know how we have dogs and pets and a lot of us, how people say, man, people love pets more than people. You know what I'm saying? Other races, family, because either they have a very low amount of emotions or they have no emotions at all. When they look at pets, they just look at them as a waste of space, as a nuisance. It's something to be exterminated. Not necessarily because they hate them, because they just don't see any use for them. But the difference between us is because, family, remember, emotions help us create. Emotions help us feel. Like, for instance, there's a difference. Like a person, like, for instance, a drone, a person who's just they're not going to be an artist because there's no reason for them to draw, to write. But if a person who's a drone comes around someone who, let's say, a higher AI form or a human with emotions, right? A person with emotions, right, or a higher AI will draw a picture, right? And then the person with instinct come and look at the picture, and let's just say you drew in this picture a sunny day and a bridge, it might be some animals. And a person with just instincts look at it and be like, okay, it's a bridge and a sunny day and animals in the picture. So what? But someone with emotion might look at that picture and be like, and especially depending on what their mood is at the time, they might start to cry. Like, the person with instinct just sees a bridge. But you who are attuned with your emotions, with your true powers, you look at that and you see so much more. You see maybe the bridge to you represents life. And maybe on the other side of the bridge you see a gate, and that's heaven. And then you see a figure on the other side of the bridge, and you see that figure, you put yourself right, and it takes your mind on the whole story. Because your emotions help you feel it. Your emotions help you decipher that picture. But if you don't have the emotions, it's nothing to you. But that's why that's what sets us apart. Now, the genuine human is the human within you. It is your genuine self. So in other words, once our emotions give us empathy, family. And when we have empathy, we're less destructive. When we have empathy, the Most High can use us more to take care, to till the garden. Whether it be the garden here on earth or a garden in one of these other realms or domes. The emotions help us have empathy. Like, for instance, when you go back to Avatar, right? Remember when in Avatar, in the first one, when dude had killed one of the animals because he was hunting, or when the animals attacked him, and then the girl got mad at him and like, you killed the animal, why did you do that? Because they had a sense of, they had a symbiotic relationship with the environment. It wasn't just some animal to be destroyed. Like, it was nothing. So there was empathy there. And when we remember, we are the creation of the Most High. The Creator doesn't want its creation to be destroyed. It's like a model. Once again, I've used this analogy before. Imagine you make a model airplane or a car and sit in your room and somebody come in and just destroy it. Because they don't feel nothing. They just look at it like it's stupid. Destroy it. But it hurts you because you know how much time and effort you put into it. And you think it's beautiful, and you hoping people come in and see it. Yo, that's really cool. But some people come in and be like, that's nothing, and they'll destroy it. This is why we have emotions. It's to help us till the garden, to have empathy, right? And things of that nature. Now, the genuine human is the human within you. It is your genuine self. It is the one who steers you to the best path, and the one who keeps your scale of conscience. Remember, your conscience. Balance. Remember, family, we didn't have emotions. Man, this is what saved people. Your emotions will help you get to that broken spirit, contrite heart. You can't get there without emotions because you have to feel bad. You know, this is another reason why the Most High once again took away the sacrifices in the temple, because the sacrifices weren't putting empathy in people's heart. They weren't giving people a broken spirit. The sacrifices were just telling people that, look, I can do what I want as long as I have the money to go buy a goat and give it to the priest to sacrifice. I'm good. I ain't got to worry about that person I killed or stole from or this and that, because the priest is going to, sacrifice a goat for me and everything's good. No actual change comes from within when you do that. Change comes from within. And that's what our emotions are for, that empathy, right? All right, let's keep going. Our Lord gives value to each of his servants. Hold on, let me go. Now, the genuine human within you. Now, the genuine human is the human within you. It is your genuine self. It is the one who steers you to the best path and the one who keeps your scale of consciousness in balance. Our Lord gives value to each of his servants. However, he only holds the hand of the genuine human. Those who are given hands are subjected to various examinations of humanity. In other words, family, once again, what I say, test. Once you go down this path, this is why I said the Lord, or Yahusha, we even call it Most High, only is what did it say? Only holds the hands of those who are truly showing the Most High that, remember, you can't lie to the Most High. The Most High knows your heart. So the Most High knows, obviously, them emotions, because the Most High is in you. So you can't trick the Most High. So the Most High knows who's really in this for the Most High, who really trying to serve the Most High, who really trying to get this truth, and who ain't. And you know what I'm saying? So examination. And when, look, like I said, and when you about that life, and when you are who we are, family, tests come. Test after test, because that's what we in this realm for. It's the testing to get us ready for the next. All right, let's go. Hold on. This is the path of light of the human. You either advance step by step with determination, or you remain where you are. The choice for this reason is most difficult. Remember, family, I told you before, I told you in videos before. I'm not saying it's wrong to be rich, because it's not. But know that sometimes being rich will hinder you from growth and ascension, because it'll stop you from going through things in life that would have taught you to, which would help you grow spiritually. Because what happens when you have everything to please your flesh and everything's fine, what happens a lot? We stop praying. We stop speaking to the Most High. We stop trying to grow, right? So once again, that's what it's talking about right there. This is the path of light of the human. You either advance step by step with determination, or you remain where you are. The choice for this reason is most difficult. Remember, like I said, every day, family, it's every day you gotta dedicate yourself to this life. Every day you have to make the choice to walk this path. Every day you gotta grind through the mud. You gotta move through the mud. Some days are better than others. Some days are really hard. Some days are really easy. Some days you're so grateful. Some days you're just like, man, I'm ready to go home, man. I'm so tired. It's like a roller coaster, but you got to keep pushing. You got to be determined. You have to be determined, and you got to tell yourself, I want to serve the Most High. I want to be favored by the Most High. I want the Most High to use. You know how people say in like business, the best way to be at work or in other places is you have to make yourself useful. Is you have to make yourself indispensable, right? You have to make yourself an asset. And when you study, family, and fast and repent and repeat, when you share this knowledge with other people, you make yourself an asset to the Most High. Because you're following the way of the Most High, so the Most High can use you. But if you're not going to make yourself an asset, man, you here today and gone tomorrow, yo. That's, in other words, don't love your life unto death. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Or those who seek to keep their life will lose their life. Okay, let me go back. This is the path of the light of the human. You either advance step by step with determination, or you remain where you are. The choice for this reason is most difficult. The first examination to which all religious books subject you is the examination of the self. Self-reflection. You gotta go back and look at look who you were, like we talking about earlier. You know what I'm saying? Self-examination, family. This is the examination of your person, of your essence. Universal dimensions are open to you only after you succeed in this examination. Like I said it before, family, what we're going through this examination, because at the end of the examination, family, is powers. It's to become like Yahusha. And you're not going to get there, family. And remember, like I've said about the Philosopher's Stone, which gives you the ability to turn things to gold. You won't get that, family, until dirt means the same to you. Until gold is worth as much to you as dirt. Because you have to get rid of ego, because you have to understand. You remember, and this goes back to, like I said, people are not made for the king, but kings and queens are made for the people. And the Most High, when you really serve the Most High, is very particular about who the Most High gives the knowledge and wisdom of the universe to. Because the Most High has to be able to trust that you're going to do the right thing with it. Remember, with great Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility, right? So that's what it's saying. So as you learn yourself and go through this process, family, know that gates, spiritual gates, physical gates, however many other gates there are opening in your life, whether you know it or not, as you walk down this narrow path, or as you're walking down one of the other paths, seeking the narrow path. On this path, social relations among I'm on the right page. On this path, social relations among humans are very significant. The Book of Islam has notified everything to you. It is a constitution. However, this book serves humanity on the path of logic. Family, I've said this a lot too. This same thing about the Bible. The Bible and the Quran go hand in hand. The 10 Commandments and the first 5 books, family, if you can take the religious dogma out of it, you'll realize, family, it's like reading the Constitution of the United States. It's like basic instructions for leaving Earth. It's basically a nation-building book. It's a book of laws of, okay, now when you have a bunch of people together building a nation, here's a book of laws on how everyone should conduct themselves within this country. That's what the Quran is too. So, but it's also, when it says that it's more a path of logic, once again, remember my past video, family, where once again I gave that example of Muhammad, and then Yahusha came in the picture, and him and Muhammad was talking, and they was at school, and then Yahusha introduced Muhammad to Buddha to the next level. That first level, once again, family, that path of is that's dealing with the flesh. Islam deals with the flesh itself. You don't get into the spiritual stuff until Christianity. Islam is like cracking the whip on the flesh first, because remember, essentially a lot of people are young spirits. Even if someone is 80 years old, 60, 80 years old, and you might be younger than them, spiritually you could be thousands of years, even millions of years older than them. Which is why you find older people sometimes, a lot of time, not a lot of time, but times in your life where you find older people like, man, why are you so childish? And I don't mean in a good way, where in a godly way, but in a worldly way where they just always in people's business causing issues because they're a young spirit. Even though they flesh look old, they spirit is young. So that Islam is the one that comes in to crack the whip, to be like, look, y'all been living this way for so long, you don't want to listen to nobody, so now I got to come in with the hammer. I got to come in and I got to lay down the law. And I got to lay it down the only way I know, which is like lay the hammer down, putting my foot down. So if you don't want to act right, go get that switch off the tree. And then reading the Bible, sometimes, like I said, even to the most extreme. Okay, you want to go ahead and work on the Sabbath? We will go ahead and take your life, because we have to make an example of you before the others to let y'all know how serious we are in transforming our nation into righteous people. Once again, remember I explained that what's it called? I explained basic training, family, and then I explained the 40 years in the desert. Remember, it takes 30 to 40 days to create habits to change someone. But a lot of people don't want to change. So sometimes they had to be forced to change until no longer, it wasn't after a while, it wasn't them being forced, it was just a way of life. You know what I'm saying? Like, and this even goes back to Harriet Tubman. Well, what is one of the quotes they say Harriet Tubman says? I could have freed more slaves if they realized that they were slaves. Sometimes, family, you can be in a situation so long that it just becomes regular life to you, and you become used to it, and you don't want nothing out of it because change scares you. And that's once again, as we're talking about how it's saying that Islam, this book serves humanity on the path of logic in the flesh. But the spirit, I'm not saying there's no spirituality in Islam. In the Quran, let me say in the Quran, because there's a difference between a Muslim. Look, just because you follow Islam or read the Quran don't mean you're a Muslim. Abraham was a Muslim. Muslims were here before Islam and the Quran. So this is something we got to get straight. Just because you follow Islam and read the Quran does not mean that you are a Muslim. A Muslim is a follower of the Most High, the Creator. You could be, I met many people who follow Islam, but they not Muslims. They just in the flesh. They only do what they got to do because their parents are around. But when their parents not around, they out here in these streets, yo. Because the true spirit isn't within them. Isn't within them. So anyway, and that's not for all so-called, that's not for all people who follow Islam. There are some spiritual people who follow Islam. There are some spiritual Muslims. Like I said, anyway. Let's go. No disrespect to my brothers and sisters under Islam. I want y'all to learn too. I ain't got no problem against you. I understand it all. So, please. You know what I'm saying? Look, I got more. I'm gonna go there. I've said it before. Anyway, I ain't trying to. Whatever. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me go back. All the attributes the Lord requires are present in the essence of the genuine human. All the attributes the Lord requires are present in the essence of the genuine human. Your prophets who received the command to enlighten you were each a genuine light. The circumstances of the period that you are experiencing at the moment are different. Now, by the command for universal unification, we have come to your world that has been cleansed by religious enlightenments for centuries. Now, by the command for universal unification, we have come to your world that has been cleansed by religious enlightenments for centuries. Meanwhile, we have been in connection with our awakened friends and have assisted them to find their essence. Remember I said, family, it's not that religion is bad. It's just that people, once again, when us as human beings get our hands on stuff, us who don't have no desire to serve the Most High or don't have no, understanding of the Spirit, we use these gifts that the Most High give us, and we use them for bad, and we use them to destroy ourselves and destroy others, or to assert our control over others to get people to do what we want. out of selfishness and ego. Then, hold on. Now, by the command for universal unification, we have come to your world that has been cleansed by religious enlightenments for centuries. Meanwhile, we have been in connection with our awakened friends and have assisted them to find their essence. Then, by elevating your frequencies, we have accelerated your evolvement levels. We have subjected you to examinations on the path of becoming genuine humans. The bottlenecks you pass through by the examinations you have had or will have are not our gain but yours. Family, remember, we're in probation. We're here to learn. Every time we go through something, family, I've said this before. When you go through something, family, you have to be able, this is why I say don't let your emotions, overtake you. They're powerful. You need them. But when you're sometimes, family, well, not sometimes, all the time, whenever you go through something, family, you need to focus. And this is where, once again, but the meditation, you need to be able to calm down and be like, okay, whatever just happened, let me take my emotions out of this situation. Let me woosah, let me calm down, and let me try to look at the situation from the outside looking in, like if I'm someone else, to see if there's any silver lining, if there's something to learn from the situation. Every situation is something to learn from, family. And as you look at yourself from the outside looking in, you'll learn that, okay, I went through this. Thank you, Most High, for this test. And then it also gives you more of an idea of what to do next time something like this. Remember, family, like for instance, if you're an angry person, the Most High is always going to put situations in front of you, especially the Most High wants you to bring up your anger until you learn to get control of that anger, until you're just like, I'm not even mad about this no more. And once you get to that point to where you no longer react how you used to react, then you pass the test and it shouldn't come anymore. Not to say that it won't ever again, because depending on the situation, but if it ever does come again, you have no problem dealing with it now, like nothing. Unlike back in the day, when one little thing might set you off, and then that one little thing could set you off for years, i.e. prison, depending on the situation. God forbid, family, none of us here. Okay. Then by elevating your frequencies through reading, studying, line upon line, precept here a little, there a little, fasting, praying, all that good stuff, we have accelerated your, okay, hold on, let me go back. Now, by the command of the universal unification, we have come to your world that has been cleansed by religious enlightenments for centuries. When it says universal unification, that there go that Star Trek, that Federation, family, the unification of planets, or Star Wars, the Senate. Now, by the command for universal unification, we have come to your world that has been cleansed by religious enlightenments for centuries. Meanwhile, we have been in connection with our awakened friends and have assisted them to find their essence. Then, by elevating your frequencies, we have accelerated your evolvement levels. We have subjected you to examinations on the path of becoming genuine humans. The bottlenecks you pass through by the examinations you have had or will have are not our gain, but yours. Remember, fam, these tests are to teach you. When the humanity vibrations turn on the same brilliant light as the vibrations of your essence codes, in other words, your spiritual self, your higher self, that's your essence. That's why I tell people the Holy Spirit is, or your soul is like an essence of the Most High Creator. It's an extension, right? Or when I tell people the Christos is really the Holy Spirit well, the Christos is the essence. Well, the Christos that they hijacked or tried to hijack, which they can't really, because you can't hijack the soul or the spirit, but the Jesus that they've been showing us is the enemy's what's the word? Is the enemy's dang it, what's the word? It's the enemy's plan and effort to hijack the essence of Yahusha, and to give Yahusha to take Yahusha's face away and put their face on the spirit, and also, and then give it their name, which comes to Christ. So I hope y'all got that understanding. The essence. The enemy tries to hijack the essence and put a different picture of it, a picture that's going to fit their narrative, and a name that's going to fit their narrative. And Yahusha, remember, Yahusha isn't the only essence. Remember, Yahusha was teaching that we are all gods. That we are all children of the Most High. that we are all spiritual beings. So, like I said before, family, the Christos is really just another name for your higher self. For yourself. Everyone is the Christos. Everyone is a part of the Most High. Everyone is a part of the body. You know what I'm saying? So, keep that in mind. Okay. Then by elevating your frequencies, we have accelerated your evolvement levels. We have subjected you to examinations on the path of becoming genuine humans. The bottlenecks you pass through by the examinations you have had or will have are our gain, but are not our gain, but yours. When the humanity vibrations turn on the same brilliant light as the vibrations of your essence codes, only when the humanity vibrations turn on the same brilliant light as the vibrations of your essence does, only then you get in connection with us and you act as a free conscience, a free spirit. Then you discover genuine happiness. Once you realize, family, once you can really come to the true understanding that you are a spiritual being, that you are not this body, that you are a spirit possessing this body, then that's when you start getting in contact with the higher beings and things start changing for you. But you can't just say it, family. You have to feel it. Like, you have to truly understand it deep within yourself. Remember, you can't hide your heart from the Most High. The Most High know if you lying, and then especially in your actions, right? Like, you really have to genuinely, like, when I say I'm an alien, I feel it. When I say I'm a spiritual being, not all the time, but there are times, like I said, the Most High bless me, where I can really feel it. Where I'm like, oh my goodness, like, just some days, like, I'm really just a spirit, like, controlling this spacesuit. We get directly in connection only with our friends who possess this attribute. Our terrestrial brothers and sisters are still searching the heavens to see UFOs. If they want to make contact with us, they should first cleanse their essence. Come to them first with a broken heart and contrite spirit. We have begun with the letter A, Alpha, the beginning of everything, the Alpha, all the way to the Omega. We have begun with the letter A of your alphabet in order to take the whole world into the medium of purity. For this reason, religious bonds have been strengthened anew on your planet. All right. Our Lord has declared his command to the Supreme Council to save the genuine humans during the resurrecting period, which you call the resurrection, or I call the end, which is also the beginning, or in other words, the reset. Trying to save us who reading right now and learning, family. We serve your world at the moment in accordance with the commands of the Sirius mission, together with our friends who have come from different dimensions. And with this book, we will assist you to comprehend the truths. Okay, family, when it says together with our friends who have come from different dimensions, once again, family, if you follow along with me reading, this goes hand in hand. The last time we read this, it was talking about how, beings from higher dimensions actually send down vibrations and messages to us to help us ascend into the next level. And that's what it's talking about here again. They're sending down information from the next level of Jacob's ladder down to our world, to our realm, to help us so that we can eventually ascend to their realm, the next level. Or as the book of Enoch was saying, we're supposed to be going to the 5th dimension next. Pandora, baby. Okay, anyway. I don't know if it's Pandora, but maybe something like it. Or Pangea. I can't, you know what? I need to go watch Avatar again real quick to get if I'm going to be using the reference, I got to get the names right again. I think I get that from my mama, y'all. I remember growing up, my mama used to call Haagen-Dazs Haagen-Dazs. She used to call Pokemon Pokemon. Especially, look, I don't know how it look. We all know, you know how it is growing up. You had the older generation or the older family. And you younger, you all cool and you and all this stuff. And they don't know how to, and y'all always going around the younger, always talking about this new stuff. And the family members be trying to talk about and pronounce it, and they always pronounce it wrong. Like I said, like Haagen-Dazs. It's like, no, Mom, it's Haagen-Dazs. Or Pokemon, Mom, it's Pokemon. It is not Pokemon. I'm pretty sure after a while she knew that. She was just doing it on purpose. Just to... Anyway, let's go. Our Lord has declared his command to the Supreme Council to save the genuine humans during the resurrecting period, which you call the resurrection. We serve your world at the moment in accordance with the commands of the serious mission, together with our friends who have come with different dimensions. And with this book, we will assist you to comprehend the truths. Briefly and essentially, there are two conditions for you to be able to enter our medium: religious fulfillment, 1, and 2, cipher of Mevlana. Okay, this started making so before we go, remember religious fulfillment. Remember, family, religion isn't necessarily bad. Religion is because the reason we have religion on the earth is because most of us, like I said, most of us are young spirits. And remember, the consciousness that they call is really the spirit of the Most High within us. But that voice is very low. So we can't hear it because we all caught up in the world and our emotions until until we come to the point of not. So the religion, like I said, it's like Islam. The religion is to is to civilize us, right? Religion is to pound that. Like I remember in the military, before we would go out on the weekends, right? We'd always have it's been so long. We'd always have formation before we leave on the weekends, and the commander would always come every weekend. He'd say, "All right, soldiers, you going out here? You know the rules. Don't kill nobody. Don't grape nobody. Don't sleep with nobody's wife. Don't drive drunk. Don't do that." So many crazy stuff like that, literally. Because there's always that one guy. If you've been in the military, you know what I'm talking about. There's always that one guy. And it's not to say we was all doing no. Look, it's not like that. It's usually how the military works is like corporal punishment. One dude met every rule in the military. Most of them is because at some point one person made that mistake and they said, "Well, we got a new rule." Like literally, the army would make up new rules on a regular because as we came out with new technology and things, somebody would always find a way to use that technology to either do something stupid, whether it's on purpose or accident. So now they had to put a regulation saying, "Don't do this." And now on the weekends, now we have something extra for the commander to say, "Don't do this." And it's not that we all did it. Like I said, it takes 1 or 2 people to mess it up for everybody. So that religious fulfillment is it's basically cleansing that flesh part. It's basically building up some discipline within your flesh. So that's the first part. So and once again, family, people in this world take religion and they use it to control people. And that's not how it's supposed to be used. It's supposed to be helped to discipline, to get you ready for spiritual matters. So, okay, then 2, the cipher of Mevlana. Remember, we've learned of Mevlana, that's that spiritual where he's talking about come, come, come. That's after you make it past the religious part, mastering your flesh, getting that discipline. Now, let us explain them. The first condition for religious fulfillment is the cleansing of the essence. In other words, remember, 30 to 40 days, 40 years in the desert, taking that time to cleanse Babylon off of us, to let go of the bad habits that we built in Babylon. The first condition for religious fulfillment is the cleansing of the essence. Formalism is not imperative in worship. The human can purify his or her essence by performing worship by his or her logic too. You knock at the gate of the Almighty, the Absolute, in this way. In other words, family, and I say this all the time, remember, people once again get it wrong. Religion is not religion. Religion is not a church thing or mosque thing. True religion is just a way of life. In other words, don't kill. Don't delete nobody. Don't steal. Don't lie. Honor your mother and father. Don't worship any other gods. Love the Most High with all your heart. Well, actually, yeah, I'll take that for the Most High speaking. Don't covet. You know what I'm saying? Don't commit adultery. I think I said basically those. Like I said, these people always equate the 10 Commandments to religion. It's not religion. Remember, I said it a minute ago. Even the book that I've been telling y'all, these books are like constitutions on how to build countries. It's not a religious thing. It's common sense. If you're a human being, everybody who's watching this, you should have been lied to before, and you know what it feels like. You don't like being lied to. Everyone in this chat has probably been stolen from before. You don't like when someone steals from you. Everyone in here has probably been attacked before. Maybe your life has been in danger. You don't like how that feels. It's common sense. And even the whole not making idols is common sense, because when you really break it down, Idol worship doesn't have to just be money or a rock or a piece of metal in the shape of something. Idol worship is anything that takes your attention off the Most High, off this path. I could be worshiping YouTube right now or this. You know, if I wasn't teaching, if I'm just sitting here talking mess all day, then that could become idol worship, because me sitting here talking just mess all day is taken away from time I could be using to study. I could be using to help push forward the kingdom. I've let, you know what I'm saying, people let fame become their idol. You know what I'm saying? Or people let freaking American Idols or actors and stuff become their idols. That's what that means. Idol worship doesn't just mean worshiping some God. Idol worship is anything that takes too much of your time and it becomes an addiction and takes away from you seeking the Most High and growing. The first condition for religious fulfillment is the cleansing of the essence. Formalism is not imperative in worship. The human can and the formalism is more like, it starts getting to that, you got to go to church every Sunday. If you go to church, you're going to hell. You know, that's that formalism. Like, that's us. That's the reason why when we younger, or, you know, we sitting in church even though we want to be there, and we really not doing nothing. We not learning nothing, because we not there because we want to be there. We there because that's just what they told us to do, not because we really feel it. There's a difference between being in church because you want to be and then you just being forced. The first condition, this is also, remember I said you're not supposed to force nobody or push your beliefs on them. You know, it's not saying you don't share, but it's not forced. You just share the knowledge, and either, you know, they come or they don't. Or like I said, you just there to plant, and then later on, years later, or hopefully days, someone else will be sent to water. The first condition for religious fulfillment is the cleansing of the essence. Formalizing is not imperative in worship. Formalism is not imperative in worship. The human can purify his or her essence by performing worship by his or her logic. 2. You knock at the gate of the Almighty, the Absolute, in this way. As we have said before, the cipher of Mevlana is summed up in 3 syllables. These are come, come, come. This is the knowledge of the 3 channels. In the first come, there is infinite tolerance. In the second come, there is infinite love. In the third come, there is infinite humility. So when you say this in your heart, when you're saying come, come, come in your heart, you're telling the higher beings, even though the Most High know your heart and you can't trick them, but the Most High know you're telling. You're basically telling the higher realms that these are the things that you've mastered. You have these things. So now you're ready to communicate. Because remember, the higher beings are going to look different than you. So you're going to need tolerance. You're going to need humility. Remember, you're going to be working with other people and teaching them spiritual things. So you need humility. You can't just be judging people, because some people really don't know. And you know, so, and then once again, family, the love thing. I know I'm right about this. I'll put it like this. The only thing that I really put love on, other than my mama and my sisters, okay, is the Most High. Because the Most High is that true, okay, that's the only thing I feel comfortable saying love to, is the Most High. Because, family, I've said it before, I say it again. If we all truly, really loved the way that it should be, we'd probably be dead. Or maybe about to, because if you really truly loved the way that Yahusha loved, it has nothing to do with just, because remember, the love we're taught in the world, because we don't, is just the joy aspect. Love is not just one aspect, it's 3 different aspects. In the world, they only teach the joy, so we think it's how we feel all the time. But Yahusha, remember, in the Garden of Yosemite, he asked for what he had to do to be taken off him. He asked the Most High, if you can lift this burden off me, then do it. But the Most High didn't. Why? Because it was for the love. Because it was. This one. If y'all should understand what I just said, family. Yahusha. Remember. Imagine if you in Yahusha's situation, and from the time you little, now all up to that moment, you at that moment. The Most High told you, one day I'm going to send some people to torture you, rip your skin off, do all this stuff to you. Like, you going to be thinking, like, I ain't trying to do all. This is another thing that people don't realize. People don't, I forget what verse it was, but I remember reading one day where the Bible was talking about Yahusha like wine. Not saying he was a drunk. He wasn't a drunk, because the word said, do not get drunk. But I know Yahusha like to get tipsy. Why? I know my master got tipsy, not all the time and not to his detriment, but because Imagine being a man of that and having all the knowledge within your mind, walking while everybody else around you is sleeping and don't know what's going on. You're the only person who know you in the game. You're the only person who knows what's going on. And you have to sit here and to know that one day these people about to literally rip your skin off while you're alive and laugh at you. Look, it's a wonder who should then take up the pipe. Because who gonna be like, what? I gotta let these Negroes, what they gotta do? Come on, Pops, you can't be serious. What? Man, come on, fam, think about it. So who wouldn't? And this is another thing too, the other day when I was trying to talk to y'all about, look, people have vices because of things they've been through. It's not an excuse to give in to addiction. But even sometimes the Most High, the Most High gives allowance for certain addictions. Because remember, there's a season for everything. Because the Most High knows, man, if you didn't do, and I'm not necessarily talking about crack. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about honor. And I'm not even saying necessarily that. Well, I'll explain that differently. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say for stuff like, let's say marijuana or drinking or smoking cigarettes, chewing, like, little stuff like that. Or maybe, okay, let me just keep it there. The Most High might allow you to do it for a season because the Most High knows that if the Most High doesn't allow you to do it, you might delete yourself, or it might make you worse because you're not ready to handle. You're mentally and physically not ready to cope with and handle the trauma that you've been through, or you're currently going through, or going to go through. So the Most High will allow these things to take the edge off a little bit. But as you continue to grow, remember, as a family, one thing I've learned once again about changing, I always ask you who should help. I need you, even when it comes to getting clean. I'm like, I can't do without you, Most High. I need your help. Yes, I can be disciplined and do it, but I can't do without you. I need your help. So that allowance comes until you're able to get control of yourself, and then the Most High will, whether you know it or not, one day will start giving you the ability to slowly wean yourself off. But while you're doing these things, you still got to be, even look, and I'll say like, even if you're drinking, if you're alcoholic, you still need to be reading that word. If you just an alcoholic and you don't know nothing about it, then look, you're done. You're going to be stuck there for years. Like, because remember, that's where your empathy comes from. That's where that, remember I tell you that, family, we have empathy within us. That's where that empathy comes in and helps. This will understand the Most High, because if you don't have the Most High in spirit, man, you just be stuck as an addict and won't have no way out, because you don't have no understanding, and by this time it's probably almost too late for you to be seeking it, because you like, man, I got these drugs. I don't need no God. I got these drugs. You know what I'm saying? I don't need a creator. I got these drugs. I'm not talking to you, Father. I need you, Mother, Father, Creator of all. I need you. I'm just talking for the story. Anyway, let's go. So, as we have said before, the cipher of Mevlana is summed up in 3 syllables. These are come, come, come. This is the knowledge of 3 channels. In the first come, there's infinite tolerance. In the second come, there's infinite love. In the third come, there's infinite humility. Let me do it. Come, come, come. That humility, I really got to work on that, family. Okay. You will be reborn the moment you unify genuine tolerance, genuine love, genuine humility in your essence by passing through hoops of fire by the examinations to which you have been subjected. I don't think I need to touch on that no more, fam. I think I beat that up in the head. Your depressions are the residues of your spirit and your essence. There's infinite happiness in the medium of purification. Your depressions are the residues of your spirit and your essence. There's infinite happiness in the medium of purification. In other words, your bad memories, the stuff you've been through that you haven't got over yet, they keep coming back up, right? That's where that depression comes from. Remember, fam, so I say ain't no such thing as forgetting. You're not a machine, you're not a robot, you're not a computer. And like I say, even then, if you know technology, if you know the know-how, just because you delete a file don't mean it's gone. You can go in the system and bring it up. It might be a little corrupted and not be as good as it was before. It might be glitchy, but you can still, for the most part, bring up the main focus of that memory. If you can embrace even your enemy with love, if you can think of sharing your food even if you are hungry, if you can ask forgiveness even from the soil that you trample, then you solve the cipher of Mevlana. When it talks, okay, I want to start off backwards. So when it talks about the forgiveness of the soil family, that's important too, because that's like apology. Remember, from the earth is alive. Mother Earth, Gaia, it's the womb. It's like it's the feminine energy. The earth is real, family. It's alive. The trees, the plant. So when you out here, what's it called? Throwing trash everywhere, destroying stuff, Like, remember the native, our ancestors back in the day, they would only murk or delete what buffaloes they needed for use. They wouldn't just go around just murking them just to do it. And remember again in Avatar, remember when they destroyed when they would delete a creature of the planet, they would say a prayer for it. And that's you showing respect. You know what I'm saying? This is why you look. I'll be thinking about sometimes. Look, fam, when you litter, I don't do it no more because when it started hitting me, like man, I try my best not to kill bugs too. Unless you look, if you come to my house, you fair game. So that's my space, and you come in here. But in other places, when I go out in like nature and stuff, I leave things alone because that's their place. Who am I to mess with them? Respect nature, respect life, family. Okay, if you can embrace even your enemy with love, if you can think of sharing your food, that's not a problem. I think we do. That's literally, also food is also sharing the wisdom you have, family, what we're doing right now. Remember, everybody's a part. Whoever listens to me right now, you should be doing the same thing too. Sharing with, even if it's not on YouTube, sharing with family members, sharing with friends, sharing with whoever. You know what I'm saying? If you can embrace even your enemy with love, okay, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's the one I'm still working on myself. Because, look, not so much, like I said, most of the time, I'm cool, I can talk to anybody. But there's just some people, man, where it's just like, and I'm not making excuses. Because I'm still working on it. Most High, please give me the strength to do this all the way one day. But, and I don't think this also means be dumb either, family. Look, if somebody trying to hurt you, once in the Book of Mormon, and I like this, the Book of Mormon says, it speaks about war should always be the last. It should always be the last resort. Violence is always the last resort. If you trust in the Most High, the Book of Mormon talks about that the Most High will warn you when the enemy's coming, right? And it's saying you should give the enemy 2 tries. You should forgive them twice. They're like, all right, you came in and attacked me this time, brother, I'm going to let it go. All right, second time, I'm going to let it go. But the third time, the Book of Mormon says, the Most High delivers them into your hands. So if somebody comes to take your life a third time, it's like, look, bro, you done? I'm taking it. I like that. It's like, because other than forgive 70 times 70. Now, that's true. But that's more, I would say, people don't think about it practically. When it says forgive 70 times 70, it doesn't mean continue to hang out with the person that hurt you. If you hang out, look, if someone keep hurting you, you got to forgive them. At some point, you the ignorant one. Because they keep showing you they're not going to change. It shouldn't even get to that. That's why I like this 3 rule. Because, look, I'm the type, look, you rarely get a second chance with me. Honestly, you get one chance, I'm walking away. Especially like when I say about, honestly, at this point, family, especially, look, I can tell people a lot of times spiritually where they are with their conversation. So I'm not even going to waste my time. Because I see, but now if you have a little bit of conversation, you got a little bit of really, or a search, like I see you really, that's different. I can forgive, we can move forward because, but for someone who really just ain't, nah, bro, you get one chance at me, I'm gone. I ain't got to I'm putting my hands on you or nothing. I ain't got to say nothing. You just going to hear, you ain't going to hear from me. I'm done. I'm walking away from you. But I also still don't believe, I'll put it like this too. Every situation dictates too, family, because once again, if the Most High says your time to go, you could be a professional fighter and be the strongest. The Most High or the universe, the Matrix, will make sure for the day, because they know what power you have. They're gonna make sure the right person come around and take your life because it's time for you to go home, or the right situation. So, but what I'm saying is, I say that to say this. Although I hear the rule of thumb, I like it's 3. You give a person 2 chances on the third try. The Most High put them in your hand. Do what you need to do to make sure they don't come at you no more. Whatever it be, is the Most High not gonna hold it against you, especially if you're righteous and you wasn't antagonizing them and attacking you. But if, let's say it's a situation like you was in a grocery store and somebody came in and just started, mass shooting type thing, right? Look, yeah, you don't know that person, and you might be if you have it, the spirit might tell you that, what, say these people, take out your weapon if you have one, and take this person, this man or this woman down. So I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh well, he not trying to take me out, so give him no. Like, you have to use your wisdom in each situation too, family. This is why too you stay prayed up, so you don't end up in situations like this. Or if you do, the Most High will warn you. Or if you can't hear it, the Most High will protect you. That's Psalms 91 and all that good stuff. Okay, I hope I explained that good. I believe I explained it. Okay, if you can embrace even your enemy with love, you can think of sharing your food even if you are hungry. If you can ask forgiveness even from the soil that you trample, then you solve the cipher of Mevlana. So once again, we working on the enemy thing too, family. Look, honestly, I'm cool. Give me a few days, and depending on the person, sometimes a few hours more, or sometimes I won't even. It just depends on the person and how severe. I might just need to walk away from you a while to forgive. Anyway, we all working on it. We working. I'm definitely working, especially in these days. So, those who will come to us are the genuine seeds of Mevlana. All the truth and the mystery of the universe is hidden in the following 3 sentences. I was raw. I ripened. I was a light. I was raw is when we were following the Quran, because we had no spirit in us. We was just raw. We just needed some discipline. We was new beings just enjoying this flesh. Ripened is, Christianity came along. We started, changing, getting some understanding, tapping into our emotions. I was a light. That's where we are now. We learning. We a light. We awake. And we moving up. May the divine light of our Lord shine both on those who love us and who do not love us, who test us and who blame us. Our love is upon the entire universe. Oh, yes, family. Yes, that is true. What's the word say? How can you expect the Most High to forgive you if you're not willing to forgive others? So it's true, family. And remember too, in a way, when you forgive others, you're forgiving yourself, because we are all one. We are all part of the whole. So, and I know that's one of those, people like, man, it's easier said than, but it's true though. This is why I say, do not love your life unto death. And this is why I say, if you really have true love, like true love, family, it's like getting your life up, because it's like if someone about to come put their hands on you, what's the Bible say? You turn the cheek. That's if you really have true love or true respect. It's not just joy. True love starts with respect. You have such a respect for life that you understand that this person about to hit you and attack you, most likely, they don't have any understanding. They don't have the spirit of understanding as you do. So because you respect them, you're going to let them take your life because you don't want to take their life. And I'm not telling you to do that, family, but that's why I'm telling you how deep true love is. That's why I'm not big on saying it, because, look, there's, like I said, a lot of, I ain't about to die for. Most people I ain't about to die for. If I have to die for somebody, God forbid, I'm not asking for this to test me, Most High. But I would hope that it would be for people who genuinely, like if I was a king and it was for my nation, it would be for like people who truly have a heart for the Most High. It's not for nothing. Or just family people close to me, but I know that's not the right thing to say, family. It should be like Yahusha. It should be for everybody regardless, however, this is what I always say when it comes to this. Most High, if it be your will for me to be a martyr, which I don't want, I'm not claiming it. I know that I can only do it if you give me the strength and faith to do it. Because if you leave it up to me, I'm good. Keep that mess away from me. I ain't trying to die for none of these Negroes. And when I say Negroes, I mean everybody on the earth. I don't mean just melanated people. I mean so-called Hispanic, Asian, you know what I'm saying, Latino, Persian, African, everybody. So, let's... All right, next page, family, next page. Man, I be so dramatic sometimes. I know I be dramatic, family. And especially when I be doing long teachings and readings, boy, I be, woo, dang, we only on page 3. Man, we ain't even got to 5 yet, boy. But it's okay, we gonna keep pushing. All right, our friends. Knowledge given to you is also being given to all the universal dimensions. However, This dictated book has a special supervision channel. Apart from this, we heartily give the knowledge the world planet wants to learn. Knowledge given our friends, knowledge given to you is also being given to all the universal dimensions. However, this dictated book has a special supervision channel. Apart from this, we heartily give the knowledge the world planet wants to learn. We heartily give the knowledge the world planet wants to learn. In other words, we have free will, family. Whatever we ask for, we keep knocking. The Creator will give it to us. And then when it's talking about the other channels, it's talking about the different dimensions. Remember, Jacob's ladder. The fifth dimension is above us. So they get the information too, and then that information spills down into our dimension to help us elevate. And as they share those in the fifth dimension share their information with us, they're elevating up to the 6 and 7, 8. You know what I'm saying? Each one teach one. We all helping each other up the ladder. Because it's all coming from the Most High, the main source. Now, let us first mention the speed of light. Family, look, this part might be, a lot of y'all might have a little more, especially for my science buffs, y'all gonna get more understanding from this part, because I'm just very generic with this, just the speed of light and all that growing up. I can't really sit here and break down this. This be something I have to do later. But I digress. Let's go ahead and continue to go. Apart from this, we heartily give the knowledge the world planet wants to learn. Now, let us first mention the speed of light. The unit per sec. Give me a second, family. I gotta blow my nose. Hold on. Dang. Hold on, family. Hold on. Give me a second, family. Look, good thing is y'all watching this later, so you can fast forward. Unless you're watching it live. Because if you're watching it live, then yeah, you're just going to have to wait. But, give me a second. Why do I always do that, man? All right, family. You know the All right, I'll be back.
Jerusalem. We wanna go back home, go back where we belong. Forgive us for our wrong. I pray this reach the throne. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. We wanna go back home, go back where we belong. Forgive us for our wrong. I pray this reach the throne. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, city of David, Mount Zion. That's the place that the Father put his name on. Them the people that these nations got their aim on. We found out where we from, that was game on. Jerusalem, we did you so wrong. We broke the laws, he left us alone. We waking up, we wanna come home. We follow Christ, ain't casting no Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. We wanna go back home, go back where we belong. Forgive us for our wrong. I pray this reach the throne. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. We wanna go back home, go back where we belong. Forgive us for our wrong. my name on Jerusalem. I put my name on Jerusalem. I put my name on Jerusalem. I gave my Lord to 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 Jerusalem. I won't forsake you, 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 Jerusalem.
That was lemon, family. I put lemon in my water, lemon and lime. So that was a lemon piece. So don't be thinking, is he drinking out of dirt? No, it's not food. It's lemon because I put. Maybe you can see it. Yeah, see, I put lemon in my water. I drink lemon water, so you know it's good for cleansing.
Jerusalem, Jerusalem.
Yeah. Matter of fact, I should just have that on standby, man. So I ain't gonna tell you just in case, cause whatever. Anyway, so let me make sure that's not still playing. Okay. All right, family. Let's get back to it. I know something like, man, it's so long. Like I said, you can come back later and fast forward and all that if you want to. So, but I want to get through this because I don't want to, I want. Anyway, let's go. Let go. So, knowledge given to you is also being given to all the universal dimensions. However, this dictated book has a special supervision channel. Apart from this, we heartily give the knowledge the world planet wants to learn. Now let us first mention the speed of light. The unit per second is according to your measurements, 300,000 kilometers per second. This speed of light is a volume comprising a measurement starting from the world unit up to 76 galaxy mediums. This speed of light is a volume comprising a measurement starting from the world unit up to 76 galaxy mediums. Evaluations beyond this begin from beyond the speeds of light. The world year and time measurement are not used here. Light speeds here are evaluated according to volumes. You know what this sounds like to me too, family? This sounds like as you go up Jacob's ladder, remember you're getting closer. Oh, I ain't even got the screen on where it's like, so as the further you go up Jacob's ladder, right? Well, I'm sitting here talking, so what am I doing? So the further you go up Jacob's ladder, right? Remember you become, remember how earlier we were saying it's easier to be a holy being than it is to be a human? So the higher you go up, family, the more control you get over your emotions, the faster things go because you're a higher being. So here it takes us longer to learn things because being in this flesh, you don't want the wisdom or the power of the Most High to destroy you. I'm trying to remember, there's a movie once where it was like there's a such thing as an overload of wisdom. You can get so much wisdom that it can literally harm you. It can overload you to where you have so much wisdom that it's like, yeah, it's great, but it's like it almost, I would say, wisdom can paralyze you to where you just thinking so much of so much wisdom, and it could be like, for instance, let's say you were a person who atheist, right? And then one day the Most High just decided to give you a download of wisdom of everything in the universe. That person would literally go crazy because they know nothing about it. They weren't prepared for it. They weren't ready. So for them to go to get the wisdom in a way like is as if we were like in the fifth dimension would destroy them mentally, maybe even physically. They could probably, because they would just be so overwhelmed by it. Was like nothing would be real, because like to be an atheist and then finally just in 1 second, like the truth of everything, man, you couldn't handle it because you'd be like, it's all a lie. Oh my God, I'm gonna die. You would trip and you would go crazy, family. So that's what I got from this when it's talking about the difference, Anyway, let's go. I think okay. Let me go. Our friends, knowledge given to you is also being given to all the universal dimensions. However, this dictated book has a special supervision channel. Apart from this, we heartily give the knowledge. Oh, it's supervision channel once again. It's supervised what information we're given, because once again, don't want to cause us to go crazy, because it's not meant for us to know everything at the same time. We evolve over time to be able to accept information. Apart from this, we heartily give the knowledge the world planet wants to learn. Now, let us first mention the speed of light, the unit per second according to the measurements, 300,000 kilometers per second. This speed of light is a volume comprising a measurement starting from the world unit up to 76 galaxy mediums. Evaluations beyond this begin from beyond the speed of light. The world year and time measurement are not used here. The higher we go to, family, we're not going to be subjected to time and death. Or we might get to live again to be 1,000 years old again. You know what I'm saying? So just depends. So time will either slow down the higher we get, or which means we'll live longer, or we won't be subjected to time at all. Matter of fact, we might even get to a point one day, family, to where the higher you get up, where you get the choice to decide whether or not you're ready to pass away. Like, you could live for 1,000,000 years if you want. Or it won't even necessarily be 1,000,000 years, because there'll be no concept of time. You're just going to live and live and live until one day you say, you know what? I think I'm ready to go ahead and give this avatar up, give it the ghost, and go back home. Like, you literally get to make the choice. I can see that happen on higher levels. Evaluations beyond this begin from beyond the speeds of light. The world year and time measurement are not used here. Light speeds here, remember fam, we in a circle of time, we in a time capsule. I've said this many times. Light speeds here are evaluated according to volumes. Speeds of light beyond this are taken into sections. Hold on. Evaluations beyond this begin from beyond the speeds of light. The world year and time measurement are not used here. Light speeds here are evaluated according to volumes. Speeds of light beyond this are taken into sections, integrated as light years. This is a subjective area. This is a value unit of a medium where speeds of light calm down. The volume system disappears, and where only thought frequencies are transformed to brain energies. Hold on. This is a subjective area. This is a value unit of a medium where speeds of light calm down. The volume system disappears, and where only thought frequencies are transformed to brain energies. And a name was used for the unit for you to comprehend. We called it the light year. Buzz Lightyear, hold on. This is a subjective area. This is a value unit of a medium where speeds of light calm down. The volume system disappears, and where only thought frequencies are transformed to brain energies. Okay, and a name was used for this unit for you to comprehend. We called it the light year. This is a medium of light where numerous frequencies float. You may also imagine this subjective medium as a lake of light. The evaluation measurements here are subject to an evaluation beginning beyond the limit of the dimension to which your planet and certain galaxy mediums are connected. Beyond this, there are systems presenting variability. When the time comes, we will mention them too. Hold on. This is a medium of light where numerous frequencies float. You may also imagine this subjective medium as a lake of light. The evaluation measurements here are subject to evaluation beginning beyond the limit of the dimension to which your planet and certain galaxy mediums are connected. Beyond this, there are systems presenting variability. When the time comes, we will mention them too. We can state the brief and essential message as follows. Beyond the limit, we're all we can state the brief and essential message as follows. Beyond the limit, where all galactic mediums terminate at the speed of light, the light medium is evaluated by light years, not by speeds of light. This is an evaluation entering the cubic system. Its speed measurement is under the supervision of the brain energy outside the frequency of thought. In other words, the light years begin from a medium where brain waves take the speeds of light under their supervision. Okay, so it almost sounds like, family, the creator sends the creator's thoughts on light to our system. In other words, the transportation system of thought from the creator's mind and consciousness travels through the ether to us on rays of light, or maybe light ships or Merkaba ships. So information is carried on light. I mean, that's what I kind of get. Let us explain further to make the subject more comprehensible. The speed of light is 300 kilometers per second, according to your measurements. The thought frequency is the speed of a millionth of a second. The thought frequency is the speed of a millionth of a second. The speed of light is normally equivalent to the thought frequency on your planet. Beyond the third dimension, your speed of thought transcends the dimension you're in. Hold on. Beyond the third dimension, your speed of thought transcends the dimension you're in. Speed of thought goes with a speed beyond 1 billion light speeds in more advanced dimensions. Reaching the certain barrier of speed of light, speed of thought, reaching the certain barrier of speed of light, speed of thought is evaluated by the power unit of brain energy. The cerebral generator here transforms speed of light into the light year and thus condenses the light power. This condensation of light is equivalent to brain power. Maybe it's saying too, family, that the thought power. Well, let's keep going. So we'll go to 4. Because I don't want to say too much on that one because I don't want to lie to y'all. I don't want to guess. Let's keep going and get more understanding on it as we read. Sometimes, that's how it works. When brain energy begins to transcend the light year, 2, the evolutionary potential here takes all the lights under supervision. Hold on. When brain energy begins to transcend the light year, 2, the evolutionary potential here takes all the lights under supervision. Now, here the brain power can create the entire universe, and transforming itself into different dimensional energies, it is evaluated according to the units of measurement of a mechanical medium. Hold on. Now, here, you know what? I was understanding this earlier, but I think I've been going through it so long, I just kind of like, my mind is kind of, should I stop? Because I don't, you know what? No, let's keep going. When brain energy begins to transcend the light year, 2, the evolutionary potential here takes all the lights under, hold on. When brain energy begins to transcend the light year, 2, the evolutionary potential here takes all the lights under, hold on. When brain energy begins to transcend the light year, 2, the evolutionary potential, when brain energy begins to transcend the light year, 2, the evolutionary potential here takes all the lights under supervision. Now, here the brain power can create the entire universe and transforming itself into different dimensional energies. It is evaluated according to the units of measurement of a mechanical medium. Evaluations beyond this are subject to the evaluation of infinite dimensions of different universal potentials. Those places here have not been reached yet. General message, our friends. We wish to explain the questions we have received from your chains of thought. Article by article, many of you feel tired due to the medium you're in. You do not have any bodily defects. The reason of these is only the universal change. The pressure of your atmosphere is increasing day by day. The sons of the heavens are coming to you. That which you feel are the supernatural waves, cosmic currents. Efforts are made to make everyone come to a certain level. Your doubts are due to your inability to be purified. Just see the serenity of those who are purified and become purified. Your tolerance has been lost as a nature of your original substance. Your lost virtues are being given back to you. Goodness is in the essence. Badness is just ember. Measure of your consciousness are your genuine self. Measures of your conscious are your genuine self. Now let us further explain the 10 articles one by one. Family, when it's talking about the pressure in the atmosphere, what I get from that is talking about life. The pressure everywhere the world is going right now, all the turmoil, everything is going on, right? And it's increasing all the time. And for some of us, we're letting it cause us to read more, to study more, to seek the Most High, because we're getting ready for something. We're getting ready to possibly ascend. We're getting ready to possibly lead. So things are getting harder, right? Or stranger. Now let us further explain the 10 articles one by one. From intercontinental tensions to the radioactive factors of many experiments made in space and the examinations you are made to go through as a necessity of evolution are the pressures of your atmosphere. Okay, hold on. From intercontinental tensions to the radioactive factors of many experiments made in space and the examinations you are made to go through as a necessity of evolution are the pressures of your atmosphere. So, like I was just saying, family, basically what's going on in life, that's the pressure. It is not necessarily literally pressure. It could be literally pressure in some aspects, but generally it's mostly talking about your life and what you're going through. That's your pressures that are chasing. Those are the things that cause you to lose your genuine essence. They cause you to lose the love in you and serenity. These are the things that cause you to fear. You know what I'm saying? From intercontinental, okay. 2. The sons of the heavens are our extraterrestrial brothers and sisters who come to the world from their own galaxies and make direct or indirect contacts with us. The perceptions you receive are the mirror images of other solar systems on you. The world human is gradually being habituated to the influences of many dimensional energies and are being awakened by cosmic currents. Remember we talked yesterday, family, or not? Yeah, maybe yesterday before we were talking about the movie, like 2 movies. One was Sense8, and the other one was called Everything Everywhere All at Once. To where, remember the keys of Enoch was talking about how you can get up to 5 different bodies at once, where you can have 5 different bodies in 5 different dimensions at once. That's what is telling me this is talking about right here as well. The perceptions you receive are the mirror images of the solar systems on you. The world human, the perceptions you receive are the mirror images of other solar systems on you. In other words, those other dimensions where you have multiple bodies and multiple dimensions at once. Like the keys of Enoch. The perceptions you receive are the mirror images of the solar systems on you. The world human is gradually being habituated to the influences of many dimensional energies and are being awakened by cosmic currents. Efforts are being made to unify all humans in a certain consciousness code. Thus, ego will be eliminated and your tolerance will increase. Because your ego has to be eliminated and tolerance has increased for you to go to the next level. Because remember, family, you'll be seeing different beings, different creatures. And you can't be scared running around like a chicken with your head cut off. Because you just going to offend them and they might just take you out. Because it'd be like, why you being racist or prejudiced against me? I mean, yeah, prejudice against me, I mean. Yeah, I'm pretty sure aliens don't like prejudice either. Or angels, what do you want to call them? Efforts are being made to unify all humans in a certain consciousness code. Thus, ego will eliminate and your tolerance will increase. Your doubts and fears are the greatest barriers hindering your purification. If you cannot pull down these barriers, you cannot be purified. Family, what I get from here too is what I want to say is, what helps me is, family, start getting in the habit when you pray. Pray, tell the Most High to help take all fear out of your mind, out of your heart, your spirit. Take fear out of you. Tell the Most High to introduce you to death. I don't mean, when I say introduce you to death, I don't mean like Yahusha being on top of the mountain and the devil or Lucifer or whoever, Satan, coming to tempt him, telling him to jump off. I mean, like, just in general, just start praying to start. Like, what I would do is, I would be like, I am not afraid of death. Or I would be like, I am death. Or I'd be like, death is my friend. Death is my brother. Death is my sister. Death loves me. And matter of fact, if you look at that show, His Dark Material, I've been saying that for a minute now. In this new season, they met death. They and how his dark material explained it is everyone has their own personal death, but death is like your friend. Death is on like we're taught to fear death, but it was saying like on the day that death reveals itself to you as apparently as a man or a woman, whoever, and death is there to comfort you, to take you home, almost like, and it sounded like death was your guardian angel. So start praying, family. Like be like, Moses, I don't want to fear death. Death don't have a hold over me. Death isn't real. Like you got to start saying this to yourself. You have to start proclaiming this every day, praying about it. And then over time, family, you'll start to fear death less and less and less. So you don't love your life unto death. Matter of fact, you'll do it so much to where you start being, man, I'm ready to go home. Like saying, you ready to go home? You ready to go to the spirit because you don't fear it no more. Excuse me, family. That's never mind. Let me not say nothing. Excuse me, family. I gotta forgive me, family. I gotta let me see, certain habits shouldn't do. Man. The sons of the heavens are coming to you. Efforts are made to make I'm past that. The perceptions you receive are mirror images of the solar system on you. The world human is gradually being habituated to the influence of many dimension energies and are being awakened by cosmic currents. Efforts are being made to unify all humans in certain consciousness codes. Thus, ego will be eliminated and your tolerance will increase. Your doubts and fears are the greatest barriers hindering your purification. If you cannot pull down these barriers, you cannot be purified. Every day, remember, family, do your affirmations. I am that I am. I am loving. I am beautiful. I am great. I am this. I am that. Affirmations. I am strong. I am brave. Do this every day. Since the tolerance, love, goodwill of those who are purified pull down the negative barriers, they have infinite happiness. Since the tolerance, love, goodwill of those who are purified pull down the negative barriers, they have infinite happiness. Family, say these things. Remember, you want to say it's like, I am love, I am goodwill, I am forgiving of others, I'm loving of others, I forgive my enemies, I am joyful with my enemies. You got to say this stuff, family. Okay. Tolerance is present in your essence. However, since the world reality is a medium of examination, there you will both lose yourselves and find yourselves. We're in probation, family. Now, with a great tolerance, we are trying to give you back what you lost. We are educating you, purifying you. Please, you assist us too. You will be the ones to gain. Remember, the test is for you to learn. They don't need the test necessarily because that's why they are where they are. They already been through their test. If your essence is good, but your thought is bad, the two cannot harmonize. This is the cause of your unhappiness. By melting you in the fire of your bad thoughts, your conscience pours you in a pot. Thus the ember unites with the essence. You coalesce. In other words, family, remember, you are what you think. You got to work on your thoughts. You got to work on getting control. Cast down an imagination. You can't, like I say, like how I always say, faith without works is death. Well, works without faith is death. And I mean it like this, where, You may walk around all day and have a smile on your face and act like you're nice and this, but inside you got just a bunch of hate and anger. This is where the affirmations come in. So, just because of outwardly you look like you're doing right in this, but inside is a war going on. And that, once again, that's where the affirmations, that's what it's coming to me. So when you like that, you divide it and it's not genuine, So you gotta work on that. We all I know I gotta work on that. The factory of conscience is the hand of our Lord. Remember, family, your conscience is the Most High. You are the Most High. The Most High is within you. Everyone is a spiritual being, and you come from the higher spirit. Everyone is a spiritual being that is an extension of the Most High Creator. There goes that Most High. Remember that Star Trek hive mind again, right? Two, we are all one. Although we're separate entities, we're all still actually one entity because we all come from the overself, the higher spiritual flame, the Most High Creator. The factory of conscience is the hand of our Lord. No defected piece comes out of there. Remember, the Most High knows your heart because the Most High is your conscience. The Most High is in you. Hold on. If your essence is good, but your thought is bad, the two cannot harmonize. This is the cause of your unhappiness. By melting you in the fire of your bad thoughts, your conscience pours you in a pot. Thus the ember unites with the essence. You coalesce. The factory of conscience is the hand of our Lord. No defected pieces come out of there. Your genuine self is your conscience. It is your medium that spoils you. Your children are genuine humans each. They are spoiled afterwards, then are mended again. Remember we talked about earlier, family, about how babies are really smart, but we actually dumb them down through life and the things that we put them through. And once again, it was talking about the factory of conscience is the hand of our Lord. Remember, the Most High is in you. No defective pieces come from out of there. Most High knows your heart. You can't trick the Most High, so get yourself right. Your genuine self is your conscience. You are, remember, what does the word say? You are an image of the Most High. You are like the Most High. It doesn't mean physically. It means spiritually. How you act, how you carry yourself. That's how you're like the Most High. Not when people say we're made in the image of the Most High. It doesn't mean physically. The Most High isn't a man or a woman. The Most High doesn't have a vagina or a penis. The Most High is a spiritual being. And that is who we truly are. A spiritual being with emotion. Well, I don't want to say necessarily emotions, but spiritual being, spiritual being. A creator. That's who we are. Okay? It is your medium that spoils you. Once again, this world in probation, makes us think more so of our flesh than a spiritual. We more so busy feeding our flesh than our spirit. Your children are genuine humans each. They are spoiled afterwards, then are mended again. How are you receiving this knowledge? Our friends. The power of the universe is a power that extends even far outside the mechanical system to infinity. The mechanical system is the universe factory, the matrix. And the infinity is the ether. Remember, the most high is everywhere. There's nothing outside of the Most High. The Most High is everything, everywhere, all the time. So the Most High is infinite. The Most High has no beginning or any end. But right now, we're in the cave. We're in the womb. We're in the conscious of the Most High. We relatively call this power the Gunfer power. This power is a variable power. Its original name is Tsunami color. You do not know this. Knowledge is received by way of many influence channels from this energy that carries the divine power of the Lord. This knowledge is evaluated according to the code degrees of the galaxies, and they follow a sequence. Thus, knowledge is conveyed to you by being transferred from system to system. This is hierarchy order, starting from the top of Jacob's ladder and going all the way down. As they told us in the military, SHIT rolls downhill or slides downhill. Until today, this knowledge has been transmitted to you from 7 lights through the Alpha, which is the most powerful channel. And you have received all these declarations as religious suggestions. I can't remember what movie it is, family, but there's an alien movie out there where, as I read this, comes to mind where the aliens in order to communicate with the aliens, the people had to learn like a light language where they would use different lights and they would blink in different ways. I think it was on Star Trek. And that's how they communicate with the aliens, is they could only communicate through light signals. Because the race, they had ascended, and so they only communicated through light. And I think Steven Spielberg, I don't know Close Encounters of the is it fifth kind, I think, or third kind. I'm trying to remember if those aliens communicated by light beings. Remember, fam, they put it all in front of our face, the truth in the movies. We just didn't have this understanding to know that we were seeing. Thus, knowledge is conveyed to you by being transferred. Hold on. Knowledge is received by way of many influence channels. From this energy that carries the divine power of the Lord, this knowledge is evaluated according to the cult degrees of the galaxy, and they follow a sequence. Thus, knowledge is conveyed to you by being transferred from system to system. This is a hierarchical order. Until today, this knowledge has been transmitted to you from 7 lights through the Alpha, which is the most powerful channel, and you have received all these declarations as religious suggestions. Our goal was to make you gain the evolvement that would enable you to enter the genuine human cult. However, religious suggestions divided you instead of unifying you. You know what I'm saying? Hold on. Okay. However, religious suggestions divided you instead of unifying you, created many mediums of taboo, and they imprisoned you within the dark well of conditioning. Conditioned to only be a Christian, conditioned to only be a follower of Islam, conditioned to only be a Buddhist, conditioned to only be a Hindu, conditioned to be in whatever sect or whatever you will call it. Conditioned instead of reading them all and accepting the truth in all of them. However, religious suggestions divided you instead of unifying you, created many mediums of taboo, and they imprisoned you within the dark well of conditioning. This mentality caused you to remain where you were, exceptions excluded. Now we are going to explain the reason why this book is written. The first source of knowledge is the clear spring. This clear water of knowledge was drunk by being passed from hand to hand. Thus, water losing its clearness became turbid. I know, like I said earlier, reading family, this is to me, this also is talking about, remember, knowledge. Another word for knowledge of wisdom, or another aspect or symbol for knowledge of wisdom is water. And that goes back to the current, right? The currency. You know, the real true currency isn't paper money, but it's family, food, and water. But those are the things too, you know, that's what your flesh needs at some point, right? Well, I'm not saying needs, but it's part of this experience. But all that too is overshadowed by the true current, by the true current, which is wisdom and knowledge, which is how you grow. Which is wisdom and knowledge is the only reason why we were even able to turn people away from wisdom and knowledge. Is the only way that the enemy was able to turn us away from the true currency, which is water. You know what I'm saying? So if they didn't have the wisdom and knowledge, the know-how in order to brainwash people, to make people believe that we need to work for them for fake paper money, if they didn't have the wisdom and knowledge to do it, then they wouldn't be able to do it. So, you know, there's that whole different aspect of the current, of the current, if that makes sense. In other words, hold on, okay, let me read it one more time. Now we are going to explain the reason why this book is written. The first source of knowledge is the clear spring. This clear water of knowledge was drunk by being passed from hand to hand. Thus, water losing its clearness became turbid. Passed down, generation. In other words, everyone added also his or her own views to this knowledge. Thus, people moved away from the actual source. Okay, family, what this also says too, family, and I want to bring this, and I haven't brought this up in a while. It's like, remember playing the telephone game when we were in school, right? And this is how it works, the telephone game. Remember, the teacher would tell everybody to stand in line, and then the teacher would whisper in the first child's ear what to say, and then that child would have to turn to the next child and whisper in their ear. They couldn't say it out loud. They can only say it in the ear for the next person to hear. And then that person would turn to the next person's ear and say it. And then by the time they got to the end, right? Let's say the teacher said the sky is blue. But by the time it got to the end of, let's say it's a class of 40 kids, right? By the time the last kid, the 40th kid said, the teacher's like, all right, so what did so-and-so say to you? They sit there and said, the glass is half full. In other words, the message changed. So imagine Adam and Eve in the beginning, in every universe, right? So this is how this works. Let's say Adam and Eve was like Jacob and they had 12 kids, right? So let's say they had 12 sons, or 6 sons and 6 daughters. And remember, this even goes back to the sealed portion, family. Remember, Adam and Eve in the sealed portion explains that Adam and Eve actually didn't have faith because they didn't need it, because they remembered the Creator from being in the garden. So they didn't have to have faith about the Creator. But the kids did. So the kids learned through the stories that Adam and Eve told them. But here's the thing. Each person is an individual person. So this is how we also have formed different religions over time. So take Shem, Ham, and Japheth, right? And I know we're going off of Adam and Eve, but let's fast forward, right? So let's say Noah taught Shem, Ham, and Japheth. He taught them all the same thing. He taught them all of the Most High and how you're supposed to worship the Most High. But because they were all different individually, and they were all in different places in their life at that time, and they all have different understanding, their spirits and their mind all interpreted the wisdom or the knowledge that Noah gave them differently. So they're all going to, and then on top of that, keep on going through time, they're teaching these stories to their children. So then their children over time are also continuing to change the story because of their mindset and their understanding. So by the time we get here today, the religions we have today are nothing like the religions that Adam and Eve and them had, or knowing them, because they've been diluted so much through different people's perceptions of life and what they think and how things should be. Because your mindset, family, can really change things if you're not careful. Your bias can change things if you're not careful. You can change a whole narrative if you're not careful about your own biases and how you look at things. This is why I say, too, you have to take yourself, a lot of times you have to take yourself, especially when it comes to a situation of looking at yourself or when you go through stuff, so you can see the lesson and stuff. You have to take yourself mentally and emotionally out of the situation to look at yourself from the outside looking in. Same thing with this in a way. It's like when you're getting knowledge, try to think about how is this knowledge entering my soul? You know what I'm saying? So I hope that made sense, family. The telephone, remember, that's why we have different religions, but they all have so many similarities because they all came from the same people in the same place. It's just by the time they got here, they just been so diluted and people didn't put their opinions on it and this and that, and they messed the game up, bro. And that's why they've caused us all to, a lot of people to be lost, a lot of people to be stuck, as we were saying earlier, to be stuck in one religion, in a box, instead of encompassing everyone and finding the wisdom in every single different religion. Okay, so, all right. Now the time, okay, in other words, everyone added also his or own views to this knowledge. Thus people moved away from the actual source. Now the time of flattery is past. We have closed the channel Alpha in order to reveal the whole truth. It is open only to those who deserve. You know what this said to me, family? Once again, I said in the last video, in another, not last video, but another, maybe I did in the last one too, but we're in another 400 years of silence. But not for us. For us who are awakened, who are really in this walk, we still here. We good. But I'm talking about, you know, there's certain people who, you know, they like to, they still drinking. Remember I used to tell you back in the day, I used to drink a lot of Tang juice, you know, with the monkey. Well, a lot of people like to drink Tang juice still. And, you know, Tang juice has a lot of GMOs in it. And what those people don't realize is, like I said, if you watch His Dark Material, they have essentially closed themselves off to wisdom, to the, you know, anyway. So they walking around like with chickens with their head cut off because they don't hear. But they didn't hear in the first place, because if they did, they would have stopped, you know, going to Walmart and purchasing Tang from there because of all the the GMOs in it. But it is what it is. This caused you to receive. Okay, now the time of flattery is past. We have closed the channel Alpha in order to reveal the whole truth. It is open only to those who deserve. Yeah, family. Yeah, man, that was so corny what I just did. This caused you to receive. Wait, am I on the right page? Okay. This caused you to receive more severe vibrations. For this reason, the entire universe is going through a period of depression. That's the reason they're going through depression, family, is because, like I just said, watch His Dark Material. In His Dark Material, this dust, there's a stuff called dust, right? And it's representation of the Holy Spirit. And the Creator started taking the dust away from everybody, so there was no more dust in the universe. So when you walk around without the Holy Spirit, family, of course depression leaves. Because the Holy Spirit is what's been protecting you the whole time. The Holy Spirit is what's been giving you joy. The Holy Spirit is what makes you separate from an NPC. But when you don't have the Holy Spirit, you're just an NPC and you act off instinct. So, look, family. Anyway, I hope y'all get what I'm saying, because you know what channel we on. So I got to be careful about what I say. Now, in this medium, evolvement has gained speed. Religious suggestions cause you to be in the medium of lethargy. In other words, you don't have the strength no more. I was saying earlier, you're tired. You're not really, you're not motivated because you like, I'm getting so tired of this same religion. It's so mundane. Is there nothing new? So you just kind of becomes like, okay, go to church Sunday. Remember, it becomes just you're going to church not because you want to or learn, or not even say, well, as you get older you might want to, but you so used to just going out of habit, you're not really, you always there thinking about something else. You depended on your God and became lazy, and also once again, or also family, when it's talking about depending on God. It's, remember, we are God. So when it says God, it doesn't mean the creator. There's a difference between the creator and God. Your God is your pastor, is your imam. It's your monk, your Buddhist monks. It's whoever is in front of you, who's always reading the word to you and giving you their interpretation, instead of you sitting there and reading it yourself, line upon line, precept upon precept, with all that get understanding here a little, there a little, I know I butchered that part, but you get what I'm saying. So in other words, letting the wolf in sheep's clothing, whether they realize they're a wolf or not, lead you to staying in hell. That's what it means. It's saying you depended on your God and became lazy. So you depended so much on the preacher and the people in the pulpit that you, like I say, you didn't put no work in yourself. You didn't get true understanding for yourself. So it's to your detriment. We are God's family. It's time to wake up and acknowledge it. Now, by the direct command, now in this medium, evolvement has gained speed. Religious suggestions cause you to be in the medium of lethargy. You depended on your God and became lazy. Now, by the direct command of the Lord, all the mediators have been removed. Hence, there you go. What's happening now? Haven't they been talking about a lot of churches closing down lately? They've been talking about T.D. Jakes stepped down and a whole lot of other figures, right? That's what it's talking about right now, family. Now, by the direct command of the Lord, all the mediators have been removed. Hence, the computer system registers the direct knowledge from beyond 7 lights. From the actual channel of the Lord. Hold on. Now, by the direct command of the Lord, all the mediators have been removed. Hence, the computer system registers the direct knowledge from beyond 7 lights from the actual channel of the Lord and conveys them to your Milky Way galaxy by way of our friends from the solar system of other galaxies. At the moment, your direct channel is Dear Mevlana at the Anatolia channel. This knowledge is being communicated to her by the direct channel of Mustafa Mullah from the central system. There is no other intermediary. At the moment, your direct channel is Dear Mevlana at the Anatolia channel. This knowledge is being communicated to her by the direct channel of Mustafa Mullah from the central system. There is no other intermediary. The code ciphers of all galaxies have been notified to Mustafa Mullah. Anytime a friend from any galaxy wishes to speak to Dear Mevlana, Mustafa Mullah mediates, and he establishes the connection, excluding private connections. Mustafa Molla has declared his identity. Dear Mevlana, Mustafa Molla has declared his identity. Dear Mevlana, many emotions. Mustafa Molla has declared his identity. Dear Mevlana, may mention this in the book if he desires. The energy of this knowledge is very strong, since it is transferred from an extremely powerful focal point. No one in a world body can endure it directly. For this reason, our Mustafa Molla gives the energies to Dear Mevlana, who writes this book from our focal point at the central system by reducing them in a proportion of 1 to a million. And Dear Mevlana writes the book easily without being shaken in any way. Our gratitude to her is infinite. In other words, family, remember we talked about earlier about, I was telling you about how, imagine if the creator just gave all the knowledge of the universe to an atheist in a blink of an eye. That person would lose their mind. They go crazy. They wouldn't be able to handle it. So we have an intermediary in, I guess, the outer realms that ciphers through the information before it gets to us, so it doesn't, and even with Mevlana, it doesn't hit her too quick to where it overwhelms her. It causes her to go crazy when it was talking about without being shaken in any way. It's basically so the knowledge doesn't shake you to where you're like, oh my God, there's so much, I don't know how to know what to do with it, to where the knowledge doesn't paralyze you or cause you to lose your mind or go crazy. So that's what it's saying. That's why that middle intermediary is there to cipher, to basically slow down the knowledge, to feed it to you slowly so it doesn't overwhelm you. Notice, forgive me, family. I gotta breathe in for just look. Gotta bring in that good prana to cause healing for my lungs, family. Air is healing. All is well. In the name of Yahushua Mashiach of Nazareth, I claim healing upon my mind, my body, and spirit. I am healed of all infirmities, physical, mental, and spiritual. Yahushua, you said all I need is the faith of a mustard seed, and I'm healed. I'm healed. I'm healed. I'm healed. Whew. Excuse me, family. 1 second. All is well, family. All is well. All is well. I am a healthy, wise, protected, strong celestial being that is loved by the Most High Creator, family. All is well. Alright, we still in 106. We about there, family. We got like 4 more. We got, well, 3 more pages, or 3 1/4, because you know I got to finish this bottom part right here. Note, some of our friends are curious about Mustafa Molla. We transmit to you the message given from the Supreme Assembly, excluding his detailed biography given to our group. Mustafa Molla is the immutable emissary of the universal plan. He is the great responsible one and is a great missionary. Mustafa, honestly, it just came to me, it kind of sounds like it might be Metatron. Mustafa might be Metatron, because Metatron, family, is essentially, because remember, the creator doesn't have a body, family. The creator is not man or woman. The creator doesn't have arms, legs. The creator is consciousness, the ether. So the creator uses Metatron as the creator's avatar. Metatron is the creator's avatar, which is funny because and it's not funny, but you've noticed that if Metatron is the avatar of the creator, right, then isn't it curious how In Transformers, Megatron is the enemy. But if you actually do a little reading into the backstory of Transformers, you start to realize that Megatron wasn't actually bad. That the reason Megatron became Megatron is because Optimus Prime and them were basically, excuse me, family, they were overlords. They were enslaving other Autobots to make them to work. And they, you know what I'm saying? Basically, Optimus Prime, I would say in a way, is almost like another version of Washington, right? Like, people have so much respect for George Washington, not even think about the fact that he's a slave owner, right? Or Optimus Prime. Got so much respect for Optimus Prime, not even thinking about the fact that Optimus Prime was fighting for a system that believed in slavery and wanted to keep slavery going. But Megatron wanted to free the robots and not have them work under slavery. And that's the funny. Remember, family, most movies, they have you thinking that they have it upside down. They have you thinking bad is good and good is bad. You know, they got it backwards. They got you thinking that the bad guys, they don't let you know that the bad guys are actually the good guys and the good guys are actually the bad guys. You know what I'm saying? Family, and then that also comes to the whole point too when people say like sometimes, you know, there's no such thing as good or evil. It really depends on the perception of someone and what society you're born in. Because look, let's keep going. I think y'all got the point. So, note, some of our friends are curious about Mustafa Mullah. We transmit to you the message given from the Supreme Assembly, excluding his detailed biography given to our group. Or either Mustafa Mullah is Metatron, or Mustafa Mullah is Yahusha. Those are my two guesses. Mustafa Mullah is the immutable emissary of the universal plan. He is the great responsible one and the great missionary. Hereby he uses his name as Mustafa Mullah in accordance with the public consciousness to which this book is dictated. Our light friends Moses, Jesus Christ, Muhammad Mustafa enlighten their societies under his light. Okay, I guess it is. Maybe it is Metatron. It's Metatron. Muhammad Mustafa enlightened their societies under his light with his knowledge. Names are each a symbol. Names are each a symbol. What is important is the mission and responsibility with love. In other words, family, find out what your name is, because your name is an indicator of your purpose in this life as well. Unless your parents weren't, being obedient and named you something they shouldn't. Like, for instance, Michael, people, and I heard this the other day, I didn't just learn what I'm explaining, but I learned this particular part, is that a lot of people named Michael are, in the military, have been known to be great warriors. Because remember, Michael is an archangel of war, right? So your name has power. Like one of my names is Horus, and it means timekeeper. I still am not sure what it means. It means keeper of time, but your name has significance to who you are. So learn your name, family. And this gets into numerology too, because remember, each letter is a number. And you know what I'm saying? So remember, your name has a purpose, family. So that's what it's saying right there. Yahusha, remember, or Yahusha, Emmanuel, right? His name was catered to who he was as a person, to his purpose. Okay, next page. We almost there, family. 3 more pages. Notice from the Council of Stars. Our friends, from now on, a golden age has commenced, and the golden lights of the golden age are propagated to the surroundings. The integrated world consciousness will one day establish a glorious world. Family, what show I've been talking about lately that I'm still working on, and I'm going to do a teaching on it. I'm just going back through the episodes again to make sure I got everything. But in The Witcher, Blood Origin, what do they call the new kingdom? Because remember, the end is the beginning, just like the days of Noah. Remember, in the days of Noah, even though the rest of the earth ended, is what it says in the Bible, remember, it was still the birth of a new world through Noah's bloodline. So in Witcher, Blood Origin, the movie told is basically the reset in that show is the end of a thousands of years monarchy that kept people in a caste system, and they called them lowborns. And then you got what's the terms where people are of royalty, right? So the royalty always living good, but the lowborns are always suffering and going through stuff, right? So in order for a new age to come through, the reset for all the old monarchs were destroyed, right? Through nefarious actions. But once all that happened, what was the name of their new kingdom? They called it the New Golden Empire. So I'm going to read this again, family. Like I said, this show is very prophetic, right? So, our friends, from now on, a golden age has commenced, and the golden lights of the golden age are propagated to the surroundings. The integrated world consciousness will one day establish a glorious world. Let me read it again. From now on, a golden age, the golden empire, the reset family. This show is prophetic. It's telling you what's happening right now. Oh yeah, I didn't even got it. Let me read it. Okay. Our friends, from now on, a golden age has commenced, or the golden kingdom. Okay, but it was our friends, from now on, a golden age has commenced, and the golden lights of the golden age are propagated to the surroundings. The integrated world consciousness will one day establish a glorious world. This is Altona, which is a place very far from where you are. Hold on. Our friends, from now on, a golden age has commenced, and the golden lights of the golden age are propagated to the surroundings. The integrated world consciousness will one day establish a glorious world. This is Altona, which is a place very far from where you are. The universal dimensions of the essence energies open after this gate. At the moment, we are searching for friends who would be taken here. That's where we're trying to go, family. Is that the fifth dimension that the keys of Enoch talking about? That's why we're doing this study, and we trying to open up our minds, our coats, so we can go. Some friends who shrink away from the dimensional energies they have received are rendered ineffective, provided that they attain consciousness connection with them will be reestablished. What's it say in the world? Don't be a not a backbiter, but what's a backslider, right? They talking about backsliders. So there goes your biblical comparison. They talking about backsliders right now. But woe unto backsliders, right, is what the word says. All these endeavors are for your evolution. We are making efforts to bring your cell energies in accordance with the law of graduation to a capacity that will be able to receive all the dimensional energies. Remember, family, like I've been saying, we are actually evolving right now as we look at each other. We are actually ascending right now. Our DNA is changing, getting ready for that day when that horn blows and our bodies change, where our bodies vibrate to higher vibrations, to where we change into, I guess, our light bodies, right? That's what it's talking about right now. Remember I told you guys there's 3 towers of Babel. You got the physical tower, you got the spiritual tower, and you got the DNA tower, right? And these are the 3 towers of Babel that the enemy has been messing with. The DNA tower, the spiritual tower, and the physical tower of the fleshly world, so which is, I would say, or also goes into technology and stuff like that. Those 3 towers: technology, spirit, and DNA, Jacob's ladder. Those are the 3 Jacob's ladder, well, 3 parts of Jacob's ladder. But the 3 towers that we as a people need to ascend to better understand. Hold on. I'll be forgetting how I put stuff down, but I want to say it right. So it's the DNA tower, which is the changing of the DNA, which we don't want to happen because we want our DNA to change naturally so that we can ascend. The mechanical tower, or the tower of what's the word? Technology, which is the Tower of Babel we learn in church, because they build a tower and the Creator knocked it over. And then there's the spiritual tower. There you go. Yeah, that's right. All these endeavors are for your evolution. We are making efforts to bring your cell energies in accordance with the law of graduation to a capacity that will be able to receive all the dimensional energies. Family, I want to look at y'all right now as I'm talking about this once again. All these endeavors are for your evolution. We are making efforts to bring your cell energies in accordance with the law of graduation to a capacity that will be able to receive all the dimensional energy. Remember, family, remember we reading the Keys of Enoch, and the Keys of Enoch we're talking about how the messages and stuff we're getting are changing our DNA, getting our body ready to move on to the fifth dimension, to the next level. That's what we're talking about again. Except for, how do I say this? So like I said back in the day, I used to drink a lot of Tang, but I don't drink it no more because there's a lot of GMOs in Tang. That's all I got to say. Our friends who believe in their Lord and in us are advancing on this luminous path without being afraid of anything, without giving up. Our friends who believe in their Lord and in us are advancing on this luminous path without being afraid of anything, without giving up. Got to keep going, family. Keep pushing every day, grinding. And this is possible only by spiritual evolution. Everyone's frequency rises easily until she or he arrives at the dimension that his or her evolvement belongs to. Keep reading, family. Line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little. We got to keep studying. Studying is going to help get us downloads and help expand us more. However, after that, in order to enter further energy dimensions, each channel is supervised and examined by the system separately. However, after that, in order to enter further energy dimensions, each channel is supervised and examined by the system separately. She or he is registered in the stellar assembly in accordance with the documents given by each dimensional channel. However, after that, in order to enter further energy dimensions, our friends who believe in their Lord and in us. Let me go back. My bad, family. Our friends who believe in their Lord and in us are advancing on this luminous path, without being afraid of anything, without giving up. And this is possible only by spiritual evolution. Everyone's frequency rises easily until she or he arrives at the dimension that his or her evolvement belongs to. However, after that, in order to enter further energy dimensions, each channel is supervised and examined by the system separately. She or he is registered in the stellar assembly in accordance with the documents given by each dimensional channel. In other words, family, me, myself, and I, you got to get, at the end of the day, you have to get yourself through the process. Nobody's going to help you ascend and move on to the next level. No one can get you there but you, family. You got to raise your vibrations. Matter of fact, family, remember in the Keys of Enoch, once again, where in that one chapter was talking about there's a computer system that has everyone's name in it. And when you raise up your consciousness, a light on that computer system turns on to notify the higher beings that you're now vibrating on a higher level and you're close to ascension, and that's basically what that's talking about in here too. Remember, these books going hand in hand, family. To be able to be registered here, the unification of spiritual evolvement and universal evolvement is necessary. However, after that, in order to enter further dimensions, each channel is supervised and examined by the system separately. She or he is registered in the stellar assembly in accordance with the documents given by each dimensional channel. To be able to be registered here, the unification of spiritual evolvement and universal evolvement is necessary. To be able to be registered here, the unification of spiritual evolvement and universal evolvement is necessary. Yep, you got to go through that training, family. That was the reason why we said everyone will write his or her book with his or her own hands. And that was why we said overcome your fears. Family, we're all creators. We're creating our own universes. But you got to go through the process, family. Remember, we all, in other words, too, what this says is we all have our own book of life. And we're writing our own story every day with our free will as we go through the matrix. But we have to overcome fear. We have to that's why I say you have to start doing those daily affirmations. I don't fear death. I'm above death. Death is my friend. Death is my family. I love death. Death loves me. I'm not afraid of death. Death is just another existence. Death isn't the end. Death is just the beginning. Death is just me passing over to my new life, a new world. Overcome your fears. Provided that you write the messages in your own private notebook with your hand, that is, in your own handwriting, you will be the actual staff members of this medium. Remember, family, it says that, this brings me back to, remember, you're writing your own book of life. And remember, we've been talking about having 5 different other, but the Keys of Eden was talking about having 5 different other bodies in different universes. And this just said you're your own staff members. There you go. That's what we're talking about, family. All this is coming together. So I hope that made sense. Then, in proportion to your belief, there will be no end to the help you will receive, both materially and morally. You will be the ones to gain. There you go. You will be the ones. Talking about you and your other avatars all working together. Sense 8, that show, once again. Then, okay, you will be, okay. Provided that you are considered deserving to enter here, you may easily pass through many dimensional energies you have to pass through by the mechanism of protection. Hold on. Provided that you are considered deserving to enter here, you may easily pass through many dimensional energies you have to pass through by the mechanism of protection. There is no forcing in the universal mechanism. Fear is a primitive conditioning of yours. Always think of the following. Our friends, let us talk in your words. You conclude your examination in this world with the occurrence of death. What about after that? Now, please always ask yourself, what about after that? Remember, family, death isn't the end. Death is just you crossing over. Remember, we're in probation. Remember, I was saying in the video last night that we've been taught to mourn at funerals, but back in the day, they used to celebrate at funerals because it was a sign that the person got off their probation, they got out of prison, now they're going home. This question will always shed light on you. We explain everything openly to you. That which is left to you is just to think. Think, think, think. Our love is upon the entire universe. All right, family, we almost there. We almost there. Woo. Matter of fact, seeing is that we almost there. I apologize, fam. We almost there. We gonna finish up. We almost done. 2 more pages. Well, 2 1/4, or 2 1/2, and we done. 2 1/2 and we done. 2 1/2 and we done. All right. Give me a second. All right.
Wanna go back home, go back where we belong. Forgive us for our wrong. I pray this reach the throne. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. We wanna go back home, go back where we belong. Forgive us for our wrong. I pray this reach the throne. I put my name on Jerusalem. 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 I gave my law to 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 Jerusalem. I won't forsake you, 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 Jerusalem. Jerusalem, yeah. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. We wanna go back home, go back where we belong. Forgive us for our wrong. I pray this reach the throne. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, yeah. Go back home, go back where we belong. The throne, Jerusalem. They could build that wall, we going back home. the beast, we going back home. They gon' find out the father ain't strong. Zion, Zion, come on. Zion, Zion, come on. Zion, Zion.
All right. Let's get back to it, family. Almost done. Almost done. Okay. Okay. Our friends. Oh, let me go back. Our friends. Now we are going to define the dimensions mentioned in many messages. The dimensions of awareness, layers, and universal dimensions are different. However, their operational systems are together. Hold on. Our friends, now we are going to define the dimensions mentioned in many messages. The dimensions of awareness, layers, and universal dimensions are different. However, their operational systems are together. Dimensions are measurement units of frequencies. Each dimension has special fields of influence peculiar to itself. As the dimensions rise, their powers of influence increase too. You see how it says right here, family? Dimensions are measurement units of frequencies. Remember, you depending on whatever frequency you vibrating. So when that horn comes and you start vibrating at a higher frequency, that's why you're able to go to another dimension now, because you're vibrating on a higher frequency. Each frequency gains the right to enter here in accordance with the phases she or he has gone through. She or he sees and understands the unknown. Remember, you're vibrating. We're vibrating now, but other beings vibrate faster than us, which is why we can't see them. So if the rapture, if it was a disappearing, it would just be people all of a sudden vibrating at a higher rate. And they might even still be in front of you. It's just you can't see them anymore because now they're vibrating at a higher rate. They can see you because you vibrate lower, but you can't see them because you vibrating so fast because you're on a different frequency of vibration now. Positive thoughts, family, positive thoughts. Your world is now under the field of influence of a very powerful magnetic field. Only those who have attained cosmic consciousness can benefit from these influences. In this way, in other words, everyone who's been putting in work already at this point for years and who here right now, there you go. This is our time to get this message, because we hearing, we didn't turn away the Holy Spirit. We not in the 400 years of darkness. We in enlightenment now. We in the golden age. So we getting that info. Only those who have attained cosmic consciousness can benefit from these influences. In this way, your perceptions you call the sixth sense, and we call the universal awareness, expand, and you become a mediumist. Hold on. Each frequency gains the right to enter here in accordance with the phases she or he has gone through. She or he sees and understands the unknown. Your world is now under the field of influence of a very powerful magnetic field. Only those who have attained cosmic consciousness can benefit from these influences. In this way, your perceptions you call the sixth sense, and we call the universal awareness, expand, and you become a mediumist. When you get downloads, family, we mediumists. That's what you are. We have, don't get me wrong, we have different roles and different mediumist powers, but nonetheless, it's pretty much, all of us should be getting downloads. Almost like the word saying that, doesn't the word say that all can be used by the Most High, be prophets, right? Prophesying can happen by anybody if the Most High wills it. But not everybody is a prophet. And I'm not saying I'm a prophet. That's not what I said. Each being who possesses the sixth sense is a mediumist. However, these have to be developed. Formerly, these progresses used to be personal. But now you are inevitably present in the cosmic area. For this reason, we call this period the mediumic period. Our universal connections have formed this period. The cosmic awareness of your world has been accelerated after the world year 1965. Our mediumist friends who have gained cosmic consciousness know this very well. Each of our missionary friends is protected by the universal mechanism which she or he enters the genuine channel after the medium quest. In this manner, each of our missionary friends is protected by the universal mechanism when she or he enters the genuine channel after the medium of quest. In this manner, each of our missionary friends is protected by the universal mechanism when she or he enters the genuine channel after the medium of quest. After we leave this probation, family, is what it's saying. In this manner, their world lives become healthy and normal. For the fields of influence that have been entered or will be entered carry highly charged energies. These energies carry very powerful knowledge. However, the system here gives this energy to you, reducing its dosage. Remember, like I said, family, so you don't go crazy. You can't receive all the knowledge of the universe at once. You'll lose your mind. You'll go crazy. Hold on. Each of our missionary friends is protected by the universal mechanism when she or he enters the genuine channel after the medium of quest. Okay, never mind. I was wrong. Well, I think I was right and wrong. But more so wrong. But basically, yeah, back to what we were saying earlier. It's talking about the protection field that protects you, family, from getting all the knowledge of the universe at once to fry your brain, to cause you to go crazy because you can't handle it all at once. In this manner, their world lives become healthy and normal. For the fields of influence that have been entered or will be entered carry highly charged energies. These energies carry very powerful knowledge. However, the system here gives this energy to you, reducing its dosage. Once again, not receiving all the knowledge at once to fry your brain and make you go crazy. Everything in the world is subject to the law of graduation. Curiosity is a nice thing, but private operations are dangerous before being taken into the protective medium. You know what that means, family? I'll read this again. Everything in the world is subject to the law of graduation. Curiosity is a nice thing, but private operations are dangerous before being taken into the protective medium. Family, you know what that sounds to me like when I read that as well? It comes to my spirit. People astral projecting and doing things like this, but they have no relationship with Yahusha or the Most High. You don't go into the spiritual realm from this world without permission first, or without the protection of Yahusha, because you don't know. You might get lost. You might destroy yourself. You might see something you're not supposed to see, which will cause you to be destroyed. So that's what that just said. So you got people out here, worldly people, who just out here playing with magic and doing things they don't understand, not knowing that because they don't have the protection of Yahusha, they'll either be tainted and be brought completely over to the Luciferian side, if you will call it that, or Satan, or they'll be destroyed. During spiritual sessions, everything in this world is subject to the law of graduation. In other words, you gotta go through training, family. You can't just be doing everything, and not go through no training. You gotta be ready for what's coming next. And the same people who don't listen is the same people in the Bible where it says on Judgment Day and they stand before the king. The king will say, I don't know you, be gone, right? Because they're doing stuff without permission. Saying, this is why they'll also, this is, family, why I notice when people start getting more knowledge, next thing they know, they want to start throwing away Yahusha. They want to start throwing away the Messiah. No, family. Remember, yes, we are all one, but at the same time, family, if we really had all the power to do everything ourselves, if we really just look, it does not say we don't, but I need y'all to hear me. If we really had all the knowledge and the power that we thought we did to the extent that we believe we do, which we do, and will be more cognizant of it and have it more lately, but right now we're in training. If we really had control, family, a lot of us would have been left. I wouldn't have been going through this mess. We would go around snapping our fingers, having everything we want in front of us. If we wouldn't be able to leave, we at least make stuff materialize and manifest that we want right now, right here. Forget all the tests and meditating. I'm just making it come up. But guess what? We can't do it. So obviously we must not be in as much charge as we think. So you should be careful before you start talking about Yahusha ain't real. You need to get away from Yahusha. Is talking about there are many different Yahushas because there's many different life forms. But to sit here, you need a master to protect you in the spiritual realm. You need a master to vouch for you. And that's not me telling you to go get in the Magdalene family. My master is Yahushua HaMashiach of Nazareth. I don't know about you. Look, that's on you. But nonetheless, take your time, learn. You need protection, family. These energies carry very powerful knowledge. Oh, hold on. Okay. Everything in the world is subject to the law of graduation. Curiosity is a nice thing, but private operations are dangerous before being taken into the protective medium. During spiritual sessions ignorantly performed, i.e. astral projection, your frequencies become jumbled. Your electrical balance is upset. Even your brain fuses can blow. Your friends who wish to perform operations of this kind should always have a spiritual operator in their mediums who can control the spiritual energies, i.e. Yahusha. Go ahead, throw Yahusha away if you want to. I'm not. By the operations performed thus, your spiritual energies will be able to enter easily the universal dimensions. Our love is open. Our love is upon the entire universe. All right. Our friends, knowledge given in this book is not addressed to a certain group of people, and it is prepared in accordance with each dimension energy. Each one receives knowledge according to the consciousness level she or he has gained. For this reason, some of the subjects cannot be grasped while others seem quite simple. Now, we are going to give knowledge on healing that many of our friends are curious about. A human benefits from the mechanism of influence in accordance with his or her evolvement level. Those who receive these influences are qualified mediumists. They are obliged to transmit the influence they receive to lower steps. Each one teach one. After you learn something, family, turn around and share the knowledge with the people. We call them healer mediumists. In fact, because remember, family, as this knowledge is feeding you and helping you grow, as you turn around like I'm doing now and feed the knowledge to other people, we helping each other grow. I'm helping you make it up Jacob's ladder. I'm turning around and reaching, putting my hand out and basically reaching out to you to help pull you up, and vice versa. If you make it ahead of me, you turn around and reach your hand out and help pull me up. They are obliged to transmit the influences they receive to lower steps. We call them healer mediumists. In fact, each high frequency distributes to his or her surrounding the influences she or he receives from his or her medium as healing vibrations. Without being aware of it, these people help many others by their positive energies wherever they go. However, direct help becomes more effective. However, direct help becomes more effective by the belief of the human who wishes to receive healing. There you go, that faith of a mustard seed, family. Remember, Yahusha always talk about faith. If you believe, you already healed. I'm healed, you healed, we all healed, we already made it. Without being aware of it, these people help many others by their positive energies wherever they go. We got positive thoughts, family. Be positive. We got to be positive. Like when I go to places and spending money, I always make it a habit. Like I said, the employees that work there always make it a habit to be like, "How you doing today, sir? How you doing today, man?" Before they even say anything. And a lot of times, family, like I said, when you speak to someone, you don't know what they've been through. Like I said, someone might not have talked to them for days or acknowledged them, and you might have just by you saying how you doing today, just gave them what they needed to make it through the rest of their day. Without being aware of it, these people help many others by their positive energies wherever they go. However, direct help becomes more effective by the belief of the human who wishes to receive healing. The goal of healing is nothing but just picking up your negative trash by the positive vibrations of a completely benevolent thought. Positive thoughts. However, there are certain incidents arranged to bring the humans who are in the world reality to a certain higher plane and to make them believe. In other words, family, that's what I said earlier. Sometimes, many are called, few will choose. Sometimes, family, you ain't got no choice. The Most High choose you, so the Most High is going to cause things to happen in your life to cause you to change, to come up to the next level. Not going to really give you a choice. Not going to force you, but the only other choice is to continue to suffer and watch your life to go to hell. Otherwise, surrender yourself to the Most High, and so your life can get better. Those people are special healing codes. However, there are certain incidents arranged to bring the humans who are in the world reality to a certain higher plane and to make them believe. Those people are special healing codes who have established connection with a certain focal point. This is their mission. Until now, Until now, a powerful mediumist was necessary during all healing sessions to assemble the energy of the group in a single focal point. But now each person is obliged to distribute the influences she or he receives from his or own channel to everyone. In other words, family, study to make yourself approved, here a little and there a little, with all that getting understanding, and share your knowledge with others. We don't have to focus, like I was saying last night, you don't need these people to get the knowledge. Not saying you can't listen, it's not saying it's not going to help, but you don't necessarily need them. It's a relationship between you, yourself, and the Most High Creator. You just got to put the work in. You know, fasting, praying, meditating, repeat, repent. For this reason, everyone is more or less a healer. The power of healing is equivalent to the focal energy of the person in question. And this is possible by that human's faith, purification, and brain energy. As you are purified and make your brain generator work, you can easily assemble the powerful vibrations of more advanced dimensions of the mechanism of influences, and can easily help both yourselves and your surroundings. This also sounds like what Yahusha was teaching the disciples, how he was teaching them how to get the powers to lay hands upon people and heal, because Yahusha is drawing power from the Holy Spirit, or drawing powers from other dimensions to bring in this world in order to heal people by touching, by the laying on of hands. Do not forget that your sense that you call the sixth sense is an energy line that connects you to this mechanism and that helps you receive these influences. Hold on. As you are purified and make your brain generator work, you can easily assemble the powerful vibrations of more advanced dimensions of the mechanism of influences and can easily help both yourselves and your surroundings. Do not forget that your sense that you call the sixth sense is an energy line that connects you to this mechanism and that helps you receive these influences. For this reason, do not forget that your sense that you call the sixth sense is an energy line that connects you to this mechanism and that helps you to receive these influences. For this reason, as we have said before, everyone has more or less the current of healing. The quality of these currents varies in accordance with the evolvement of humans. In normal day life, the fluctuations in your thought frequencies affect you in a bad way. Your good thoughts affect you positively, while your adverse thoughts affect you negatively. Family, that happened to me today. I was taking care of some issues, and just somebody pissed me off. I started the day off with a great blessing, had me so happy, and then something happened. But because I was cognizant, I've been working on it. Every time the thoughts of the negativity came, I cast it down and was doing my affirmations. And that's what you got to do, family. When you hear these negative thoughts, you got to start working on your affirmations to cast them out. You know, when somebody says you ain't gonna ever be nothing, I am a king, I am a queen, I am this, I am powerful, I am loved by the Most High, I am that I am. I am somebody. In normal daily life, the fluctuations in your thought frequencies affect you in a bad way. Your good thoughts affect you positively, while your adverse thoughts affect you negatively. You are what you think. Remember, positive affirmations, family. The above mentioned tableau is valid only for friends who are in normal world plane, who have not been able to convey their frequencies to the higher mechanism of influence. Fluctuations in thoughts during healing sections, except in direct focal points, may not always give positive results. So, yeah, that makes sense. So, in other words, family, when you're not doing your best to keep your thoughts negative, it affects your ability to help and heal others. So you got to really focus on, especially if you really want to be a healer and you feel like this is your goal in life you need to do, you got to be very cognizant of that, right? Okay, for example, remember, I don't have this page, family, so you'll be able to look at it tomorrow or the next time I do reading for this book, which will either be tomorrow or the day after, because I got to get back, do the next chapter of Keys of Enoch, and it's a long chapter coming up next, so I know that one, yeah, I'm probably not going to get to this one tomorrow, because that's longer than, anyway, will actually be about as long as this, if not longer. Okay, for example, hold on, let me go read the other part first. The above mentioned tableau is valid only for friends who are in normal world plane, who have not been able to convey their frequencies to the higher mechanism of influence. Fluctuations in thoughts during healing sections, except in direct focal points, may not always give positive results. For example, if you have concentrated your energy that day, but a person who has an energy stronger than yours has not been able to assemble his or her energy at his or her essence focal point, then you can easily give healing to that person. Hold on. For example, if you have concentrated your energy that day, meditation, but a person who has an energy stronger than yours has not been able to assemble his or her energy at his or her essence focal point, then you can easily give healing to that person. However, not to cause any misunderstanding, we have to state that it would be wrong to be carried away by the mentality, my energy is superior than his or her. That ego, family, cast that ego down. It's important, all of us. I'm talking to me too. It's got to stay humble at all costs, family. Got to stay meek so we can inherit the kingdom. The moment your thought frequency connects the direct focal point, the moment your thought frequency connects the direct focal point, the moment your thought frequency connects the direct focal point, you receive the help of many powers too. This is the unification of your essence. Your brain energy, in other words, your cerebral potential with the universal potential. Hold on. The moment your thought frequency connects the direct focal point, you receive the help of many powers too. This is the unification of your essence, your brain energy. In other words, your cerebral potential and the universal potential. In such contacts, ego of superiority will deprive you of this unification. In such contacts, ego of superiority will deprive you of this unification. For with such a thought, there will be drops in your frequencies. Once again, family, ego. All our healer friends should keep in mind that no one can disparage anyone else. She or he cannot make interpretations like this person's healing power is more or that person's healing power is less. Such thoughts close the focal points to you. We are trying with all our power to help you find your essence, and after finding it, how you will keep it. And we are shedding light on your path by assisting you in this way. This is the reason why we give much knowledge. The person who finds his or own self is the one who works miracles. Each person has separate missions in your society. Some heal, some read, some write, some travel. All these are supervised by the mechanical medium of the divine mechanism. To the Bible, where it says some are prophets, some are healers, some speak in tongues, some are teachers, some are pastors, some are revelators, you know what I'm saying? Each person has separate missions in your society, but everybody's part of the whole, family. Remember, everybody is a part of the body. So we're all important. You know what I'm saying? So keep that in mind. Keep that ego in check. But once again, though, but those who actually put the work in have more precedence over those who don't. Not to say that, like I said, because that's why there's no hell. You're in hell. That's why you have that chance to come back here and do it over again. Because that's that grace, right? But those who put the work in have precedence over others. Not to say they're better. Because remember, if we make to the point, we shouldn't have ego. Because at that point, we understand more. At that point, we have pity. We should have pity. If not, just, even though I said earlier you shouldn't trip about people. But I guess in a way, you have empathy and pity for those who don't have understanding, because they don't understand what they're giving up, and in fact that they're not ascending. Each person has separate missions in your society. Some heal, some read, some write, and some travel. All these are supervised by the mechanical medium of the divine mechanism. On this path, you are the ones who endeavor. And we are the ones who extend helping hands. Our love is upon the entire universe, our friends. I'm going to read that again. On this path, you are the ones who endeavor. Me, are the ones who endeavor. Me and you are the ones who put the work in, line upon line, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little, with all that reading, get understanding, to make ourselves approved. Read, study, fast, repent, repeat. On this path, and meditate. On this path, you are the ones who endeavor, and we are the ones who extend helping hands. Our love is upon the entire universe, our friends. Woo! Yes, family, I'm done. Finally done. I want to say a quick prayer. In the name of Yahushua Mashiach of Nazareth, Most High Creator. You know the enemy is out here trying to stop me from posting my videos. So Most High Creator, please cover this video. It is done. It is posted. I command that this video that I've done right now is posted on YouTube. It's out there. The knowledge. The enemy can't stop it. We in that season, family. We all growing. It's up there. It's done. It's done. This video's on YouTube. This video's on YouTube. Ain't nobody gonna stop it or take it down. The enemy ain't gonna stop us. There we go. It's done. We got it. It's done. All right, family. I enjoyed you. I hope you enjoyed me, and as usual, and without further ado, I am a wise, healthy, strong, protected, celestial being that is loved by the Most High Creator. All right, family. Shalom. I'll catch you later. Blessings.